Welcome to Sleep from History, where the past drifts softly into the present. Tonight, we step into one of the oldest mysteries of all the story of when humans first talked. Imagine the hush of deep time forests, where our ancestors moved silently, the air alive with the faint rustle of leaves and animal cries, long before words ever shaped the world. This is a journey across 7 million years, from the breath of apes, who almost became us, to the thousands of languages spoken today. Here's the reality check. You probably wouldn't last a week. To live, then, meant surviving with nothing but raw instinct. Watching, gesturing, listening. Voices were rough laughter, unshaped cries half formed. No written trace could preserve them, and yet these lost sounds carry the seeds of everything we now call language. Before we begin, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you truly enjoy these sleepy journeys into history. And drop your location and local time in the comments below. It helps us map this community of listeners across the world, a quiet chorus bound together by curiosity. Now, let's drift together into the history of language, mysterious, fragile, and timeless. Long before the first sparks of language, the forests of ancient Africa carried whispers that no one alive today can ever truly hear. Around 7 million years ago, when the line between ape and human was still blurred, our distant ancestors moved beneath the canopy, cautious and alert. The night was never silent. It trembled with rustling leaves, with the soft stir of wings, with the cry of predators hidden in the darkness. Survival meant more than sharp eyes or quick limbs. It required sounds, fleeting calls that carried meaning without grammar. These were not words, but signals of need and fear. A sharp bark to scatter the group when a leopard prowled close. A plaintive whimper from an infant answered by the steadying presence of its mother. A rhythmic whoop rising in unison, echoing through the trees as the group moved together in safety. They were fragments of communication, fragile notes woven into the fabric of life, vanishing as quickly as they appeared. No fossil could preserve them. No recording device could capture their pitch. They dissolved into the air, and yet in their ephemerality, they planted the first seeds of language. What is haunting is how much has been lost. We can hold ancient tools in our hands. We can trace ochre lines carved on stone, but the voices of these ancestors remain silent. All we can do is imagine triangulating between the cries of chimpanzees, the soft hoots of bonobos, and the physiology written into our own bodies. From these clues, we glimpse an echo of the past laughter that might have been shared during play, a soothing murmur that calmed a restless child, or perhaps a chant of sorts that bound groups' together. Though forever unrecoverable, those sounds mattered. They carried emotion across the gap between one being and another, creating the first fragile bridge between minds. Without grammar, without vocabulary, they still served as the roots of human connection. In that vanished chorus of cries and calls, the foundation of language was quietly laid, a story, not of sudden invention, but of countless voices slowly teaching one another how to be heard. The most difficult part of this story is the silence. Unlike stone or bone voices, do not fossilize. A chipped hand axe can rest in the palm of a modern archaeologist, unchanged for nearly 2 million years. But the calls of those who shaped it dissolve into nothing. The air that once carried them has long since vanished, and the echoes of their lives can only be imagined. What survives are shadows, indirect hints that whisper of a soundscape we can never truly recover. Scientists turn to our living relatives, the chimpanzees and bonobos, for glimpses of this lost world. Their calls are not identical to those of our ancestors, yet they provide windows into the possibilities. The pant hoot of a chimpanzee rising from a low growl to a trembling scream carries layers of emotion, pride alarm, excitement belonging. The soft food calls of bonobos, gentle and rhythmic, show how sound can bind a group around something as simple as a shared meal. These vocal repertoires remind us that communication need not be complex to be meaningful, and that survival is written as much in sound as in sight. But the silence persists, a reminder of what we can never know. Did our ancestors laugh in tones more musical than ours, or was their laughter a rawer sound, a sharp burst of breath, more like a cough than a chuckle? Did their cries carry across the forest like the calls of gibbons, or were they low and intimate, meant only for the ears of those nearby? These questions linger unanswered, suspended between curiosity and humility. And yet the silence is not empty. It pushes us to listen differently, to recognize that the story of language does not begin with words, but with the simple fact of shared attention. Imagine two ancient beings crouched on a branch, one peeling fruit, the other watching. No sound passes between them, but recognition flows. The second understands not only the action, but also its purpose, nourishment, survival. This is not language, but it is its seed, a silent rehearsal of connection, a bridge built without speech. In that fragile understanding lies the first step, long before the tongue-shaped vowels, long before lungs-controlled breath. In precise rhythm, minds were beginning to tune themselves to one another. Silence and sound worked together. Gestures filled the gaps where voices failed, and the brain learned to weave them into meaning. The quiet may frustrate us, but within it rests the truth that language grew not from sudden brilliance, but from millions of years of creatures simply trying to be understood. The story of language does not begin only with thought or with gesture. It begins even deeper in the quiet machinery of the body itself. Long before our ancestors stood upright before they fashioned tools or kindled fire, another transformation was unfolding, one that had nothing to do with words, yet made words possible. It was the reshaping of breath. Hundreds of millions of years ago, when fish with lobe fins swam in stagnant waters, some faced a challenge. Pools' dried oxygen dwindled, and survival demanded something more than gills. A primitive lung appeared At first, a backup system, a way to gulp air when water ran thin. Over generations, this backup became a lifeline. By 400 million years ago, creatures carried true lungs as they clambered onto land, their lives remade by air. From this lineage, we inherit the diaphragm, the lungs, the delicate control of breath. Every word you have ever spoken, every lullaby whispered to a child, every sigh of relief depends on this ancient shift. We rarely notice it because it is constant, automatic, as natural as the beating of the heart. Yet without it, there would be no speech at all. The lungs provided pressure, but pressure alone is not a voice. Over time, new muscles took shape, guiding the flow of air, narrowing and widening the passageways of the throat. The tongue, agile and restless, began to carve sounds into distinct forms. These were not yet syllables, not yet sentences, but the raw material was in place. Evolution was sketching the outlines of a future where air would carry thought itself. It is humbling to realize how much of our most intimate capacity rests on such ancient scaffolding. When you breathe in and speak, you are repeating the same act that allowed a Devonian fish to survive its drying pond. The ordinary has become extraordinary. The breath that once sustained life now sustains meaning. So the roots of language are not only in the brain, not only in memory or imagination, they are in the rhythm of inhalation and exhalation, in the rise and fall of the chest, in the unbroken continuity of breath across millions of years. The next time you whisper a word, remember that its foundation was laid long before words existed. The silence of the forest was already filled with the music of breathing, waiting to be shaped into voice. Picture a gathering of early hominins on the open savanna, perhaps 2 million years ago. The forest canopy has thinned, the horizon stretches wide, and the dangers are no longer only above in the trees, but across the grasslands. Leopards lurk in the tall grass, scavengers circle the remains of carcasses, and rival groups compete for food and water. In such an environment, survival demanded not just strength, but communication. And yet the voices of these beings were not yet the voices we know today. Their vocal range was limited, their control of breath still crude, and so much of what mattered passed instead through hands, faces, and silence. Imagine one hominin napping stone into a tool. Each strike of rock against rock requires precision, the angle, the pressure, the follow-through. To teach this to another, words would have been useless. They did not yet exist. Instead, instruction may have come through gesture, a tilt of the wrist, a slow reenactment of the motion, a guiding hand placed over another. These silent lessons carried as much weight as any spoken sentence today. This mime was not only instruction, but survival. For cutting meat or shaping wood could mean the difference between hunger and nourishment. Gestures, combined with cries and calls, formed a twilight zone between silence and speech. A hand might signal, "Follow me," while a sharp bark of sound could warn danger. Facial expressions, too, carried meaning, a frown to discourage a widened eye, to alert a smile, or relaxed mouth to soothe. Modern primates show us glimpses of this world even now. Bonobos console one another with touches. Chimpanzees negotiate alliances through subtle shifts in body language. For our ancestors, these gestures were magnified by necessity, becoming the bridge toward the fuller system of communication. And yet the voice was never absent. Though crude, it lent force to the gestures, layering meaning onto action. A pointing hand, combined with a guttural sound, could carry urgency now. Quickly danger is near. Over generations, the coordination of body and breath grew tighter, the cries sharper, the combinations richer. Slowly, without plan or foresight, a system was forming in which voice and gesture wove together. What is remarkable is how much meaning can be carried without words. Picture again that small community gathered around a fire, not yet mastered, but borrowed from a lightning strike. Shadows dance on their faces, and in the flickering glow, they share food, they share warmth, they share recognition. One lifts a piece of fruit, another's gaze follows, and a sound escapes, half call, half sigh. It is not a word, but everyone understands. This is how communication deepens, not through sudden invention, but through endless repetition, through shared experience that tunes minds to one another. Scientists today often argue that gesture came first and speech followed. The hands trained the brain for symbolic thought, and once the body learned to represent action in the air, the mouth and voice joined the chorus. Even now, our own gestures betray this ancient inheritance. Watch someone speak passionately, and their hands move as though words alone are not enough. Language never abandoned gesture. It absorbed it, reshaped it, and carried it forward. Between gesture and voice lies a threshold. Crossing it would take hundreds of thousands of years. But here in this mixture of mime and cry, the future of language was already foreshadowed. Silence and sound were partners, not rivals. Together, they carved the first fragile pathways between minds, setting the stage for the moment when true speech would finally arrive. When we speak of origins, we often long for a single moment, a spark that began it all. But language does not yield to such neat beginnings. It was not born in an instant. It emerged like dawn, gradual layered a slow brightening that stretched across countless generations. The silence of our ancestors still lingers at the edges of that dawn, and it is this silence that tells us as much as their voices ever could. Archaeologists search for evidence in bones and stones, yet the most crucial elements of speech are made of tissue, fragile and fleeting. The vocal tract, the muscles of the tongue, the resonance of the chest, none of these fossilize. They vanish with the body, leaving only faint clues behind. A single bone, the hyoid, sometimes survives suspended like a tiny horseshoe in the throat. Its shape can suggest the capacity for complex vocalization, but it cannot reveal the sounds themselves. At best, it is an echo, a window into possibility rather than certainty. This uncertainty is humbling. We imagine our ancestors calling to one another across the grasslands, but we cannot know the timbre of their cries, the melody of their laughter, or the rhythm of their grief. Every voice was unique, every call colored by breath and body, yet all of them have disappeared into silence. What remains is the reminder that language is not inevitable. It had to be built slowly from the raw materials of biology and the pressures of survival, and yet silence itself was never empty. Within it, minds rehearsed movements that needed no sound. A mother watching her child stumble toward water understood without explanation. A hunter tracking prey across the savannah shared recognition with his companions through nothing more than a glance. These quiet connections were as powerful as words, perhaps more so because they required the mind to resonate with another mind without the crutch of speech. The silence was alive, humming with thought, filled with meaning invisible to us now. What makes this stage of our story so captivating is the fragility of its traces. A tool chipped and worn tells us that knowledge was shared, but not how it was taught. A fire circle blackened with ash tells us that warmth and food were shared, but not the sounds that carried through the night. Every artifact whispers of communication, yet the voices remain missing. They are like the first breath before a song, the pause before a story begins. We are left to wonder, what did the first near words sound like? Perhaps they were drawn out vowels, raw and resonant, shaped more by breath than by tongue. Perhaps they were staccato bursts, like the barks of a hunting dog. Or perhaps they were closer to music than speech patterns of rhythm and pitch that stirred emotion without grammar. We cannot know, but in the absence of certainty, imagination fills the void, and imagination is, after all, the very soil from which language later grew. The silence of those early days teaches us patience. It reminds us that language is not only a tool, but a miracle of endurance passed forward through unbroken chains of memory. Even before words existed, the seeds of connection were already alive, and when the first true syllables finally formed, they did not come from nowhere. They rose out of this long silence, carrying within them all the struggles and gestures that had prepared the way. So, as chapter 1 draws to a close, picture that silence stretching across millions of years, not an emptiness, but a waiting space, not an absence, but a preparation. It is the breath before the voice, the quiet rehearsal of meaning that would one day spill into words. And in that silence, the story of language truly began, long before human beings shaped words, long before even mammals walked the earth. The conditions for speech were quietly taking form in the most unlikely of places. Shallow, murky pools where ancient fish struggled to breathe. Around 400 million years ago, the planet was a very different place. Land was raw and barren, the skies heavy with storms and seas spilled into swamps where oxygen often ran low. For the creatures that lived there, survival required innovation. Gills alone were not enough. Some fish developed a remarkable adaptation, an organ that allowed them to gulp air. At first, it was nothing more than a backup, a lifeline, when the water around them grew still and suffocating. Yet over time, this primitive lung grew stronger, more efficient, more essential. Those who carried it thrived pushing closer to the muddy edges of rivers, hauling themselves onto damp ground in search of safety and food. With each generation, the rhythm of breathing in air became more natural until the dependence on gills diminished and a new way of life began. From these ancient survivors came the line of tetrapods, the four-limbed pioneers who would crawl, stumble, and eventually walk upon the land. And with them came lungs capable not just of sustaining life, but of shaping it. Every breath they took created pressure, and pressure could be released as sound. A hiss, a croak, a rumbling call. These were the earliest echoes of what would one day evolve into voice. We rarely think of this deep history when we speak. Each word that leaves our lips feels so ordinary, so immediate, but it rests upon this inheritance. Without the lungs of those ancient fish, there could be no whisper, no laughter, no lullaby drifting softly into the night. The breath that keeps you alive is the same breath that allows language to exist. In every sigh, you carry the memory of a Devonian fish rising toward the surface, gasping at the air. As time passed, breathing itself became more refined. Muscles learned to contract and release with precision. The diaphragm, that dome-shaped muscle beneath our ribs, took on the role of controlling airflow with subtlety. It could push breath out in bursts, or let it flow in long, steady streams. This control, once vital for endurance on land, would later prove crucial for the shaping of sound. It is humbling to imagine that the entire edifice of human speech rests upon such ancient foundations. When you listen to the rise and fall of someone's voice, you are hearing not only their words, but also the faintest echo of evolution's earliest experiments in breathing. The lungs did not know they were preparing for language. They only sought survival. But survival, when stretched across millions of years, can yield wonders beyond imagination. And so before there were words, before there were even humans, there was breath. It moved silently at first, then carried sound, then shaped meaning. The biological foundation of voice was already being laid stone by stone, breath by breath, waiting for the day when air would no longer be just survival, but expression. If breath was the power, then the body soon found ways to turn power into music. Within the human frame lie instruments older than memory, the throat, the tongue, the soft chambers of the mouth and nose. Together, they form an orchestra that has been tuning itself for millions of years. Their story is not just anatomical, but evolutionary, a record of how the raw mechanics of survival gradually became the subtle instruments of voice. Consider first the larynx, sometimes called the voice box. Suspended within the throat, it houses the vocal folds, delicate strips of tissue that vibrate as air passes through them. With every exhalation, they can open wide or narrow tightly, producing sounds that range from a low rumble to a piercing cry. In early animals, these vibrations were used for warning calls or mating displays. For our ancestors, they became the seeds of control tones that could be lengthened, shortened, shaped into patterns. Each variation offered it a new possibility, a new texture of sound waiting to be explored. Above the larynx, the tongue began to emerge as a master of fine articulation. Unlike most primates, humans evolved a tongue that is not only strong, but also extraordinarily flexible. It can arch upward, curl backward, press against teeth, or flatten into a bed for vowels. With this ability came the ability to carve air into syllables. Imagine the difference between a sigh and a word. The sigh floats shapelessly, but the word home requires precision, the tongue shaping each transition with intent. This capacity was not sudden. It built gradually as generations of ancestors experimented unconsciously with new ways of shaping sound. And then there is resonance. Every voice is not only breath and vibration, but also echo. The cavities of the throat, the mouth, the sinuses, all act as resonating chambers, amplifying and coloring the sound. This is why each human voice is unique, as distinct as a fingerprint. Two people may speak the same word, but the sound emerges differently shaped by the architecture of their bodies. Long before language became structured, this individuality mattered. A call across the grassland carried not just meaning, but identity, who was calling, and perhaps even what emotional state they were in. The coordination of these instruments required new levels of neural control. Muscles of the tongue, jaw, and chest learned to work in harmony with the brain, creating patterns far more complex than simple cries. Over time, the range expanded, softer whispers to comfort a child, sharp bursts to rally a group, melodic rises, falls that hinted at rhythm even before true singing existed. This interplay between anatomy and cognition was delicate, but once in place, it gave humans the ability to produce an astonishing variety of sounds. We still see echoes of this deep history in our everyday speech. A laugh is a rush of breath through the vocal folds, almost universal among mammals. Yet in humans, it becomes layered, playful, carrying shades of sarcasm or joy. A sob, too, is more than breath. It is the body's resonance, chambers collapsing into rhythm, a reminder that emotion and voice are inseparable, and in song, perhaps, the purest form of resonance. We hear the body returning to its origins, treating air not as words but as music. The miracle of this system is not only its complexity, but its humility. We rarely notice the tongue at work, or the folds within the throat vibrating. We speak effortlessly, unaware of the choreography taking place beneath consciousness. But without this choreography, there would be no stories, no conversations, no whispered comforts. So when you next hear a voice, remember the hidden orchestra within. Breath provides the power, the larynx, the vibration, the tongue, the articulation and resonance, the color. Together, they form the instruments of speech, tuned over millions of years. From their patient rehearsal came the possibility of language itself, an instrument capable not only of survival, but of poetry, myth, and memory. If language is a song, then breath is its rhythm. Every phrase you speak is measured by inhalation and exhalation, the gentle rise and fall of air within the chest. Long before words were formed, this rhythm already existed, guiding our ancestors through the simplest cries and calls. Over time, control of breath became one of the most decisive steps in the making of speech. Think of a chimpanzee's call: loud, forceful, but short, often exploding from the lungs. With little modulation, it serves its purpose to alarm, to summon, to assert. But human speech is different. We can release air slowly, evenly, shaping a steady stream to carry whole sentences. We can pause for effect, whisper in fragments, stretch a single vowel across seconds. This refinement of breath transformed communication from bursts of sound into continuous flow. It turned cries into conversation. The secret lies in the diaphragm, this dome-shaped muscle beneath the lungs became the subtle conductor of breath, capable of tightening for sharp bursts or loosening for long flowing exhalations. At first, it was merely a survival tool, helping early humans endure long hunts, run across open ground, or sing out loud warning calls. But with practice, the diaphragm began to do more than sustain life. It began to sustain meaning. Imagine an early hominin by the fire, not yet speaking, but experimenting. A deep breath drawn in a controlled stream of air released with a growl that lasts longer than a cry. Perhaps others notice turning their heads, sensing something different in its endurance. From this simple experiment, new possibilities arise. A rhythmic call during travel repeated again and again becomes a way to keep the group together. A drawn-out tone comforts an infant better than a jagged cry. The seeds of rhythm and melody are born not yet music, not yet words, but something in between. This control also allowed for emotional shading. Breath could tremble with fear, steady with authority, or soften with tenderness. Even today, a single sigh can carry more weight than a sentence. Our ancestors likely used this same range long before grammar existed, weaving breath into expression. In a world without words, it may have been the most powerful form of communication available. Scientists studying speech note how remarkable this breath control truly is. Other primates lack the fine muscular precision humans display. They can shout, grunt, and scream, but they cannot stretch sound into the flowing chains of syllables we use every day. It is not only a matter of anatomy, but also of neural mastery. The brain had to learn to synchronize chest, diaphragm, tongue, and throat into a single symphony. That harmony may have taken hundreds of thousands of years to refine, but once achieved, it opened the door to language as we know it. We still carry echoes of this history in how we speak. Poets rely on breath for rhythm, letting lines rise and fall like waves. Singers draw on the diaphragm for long sustained notes, echoing practices older than speech itself. Even ordinary conversation is punctuated by breath's silent markers of structure that guide listeners as surely as punctuation on a page. Control of breath gave humans something more than sound. It gave them the ability to pace thought, to linger on ideas, to create continuity. With each measured exhalation, language took shape not as sudden invention, but as the gradual mastering of the most ordinary act of all. Every word you hear tonight rides on this ancient rhythm, proof that what sustains life can also sustain meaning. When we try to follow the trail of language back into prehistory, the path quickly dissolves into silence. Stones endure, bones endure, but voices do not. The most fragile part of our story is precisely the one that matters most, the living instrument of sound, the soft tissues that shape speech, the muscles of the throat, the vibration of the folds, all vanish with death, leaving little more than shadows in the fossil record. And yet sometimes, small clues survive. Among the most precious is the hyoid bone, a tiny delicate structure suspended in the throat like a floating horseshoe. It anchors the muscles of the tongue and larynx, and in humans, it plays a vital role in speech. Most of the time, it disintegrates, gone before it can be discovered, but on rare occasions, it is preserved, offering scientists a window into ancient anatomy. A Neanderthal hyoid, found in Israel's Kabara cave, sparked decades of debate. Its shape looked strikingly modern, so similar to ours that some argued Neanderthals must have been capable of full speech. Others urged caution. A single bone could not settle such a vast question. Beyond bones, the evidence is even fainter. The vocal tract is composed of soft tissue, impossible to fossilize. To reconstruct it, researchers rely on computer models comparing what little can be measured in ancient skulls with what is known from modern humans and primates. These reconstructions suggest that by 500,000 years ago, hominins had begun to shift toward a vocal range resembling our own. But models are not recordings. They hint at possibility, not certainty. What we do know is that communication leaves indirect traces. A flint tool carefully napped with deliberate strikes suggests that teaching and learning occurred. Such skills are difficult to transmit by observation alone. Some form of demonstration, whether gesture, sound, or both, must have been present. A hearth circle blackened by fire suggests stories shared even if the words themselves are lost. Ochre markings carved into stone suggest symbolic thought, even if the meanings have dissolved. Each of these artifacts carries the ghost of a voice we will never hear. The fragility of this evidence reminds us of how much remains hidden. For every bone that survives, countless others crumbled to dust. For every engraving uncovered, there are thousands erased by time. The silence is vast, yet it is not empty. It forces us to imagine the voices that once filled it, the booming calls across valleys, the soft hums in the dark, the laughter that echoed briefly before fading forever. This absence also humbles us. We often imagine ourselves unique, set apart by our eloquence, but the bones tell a quieter story. Perhaps Neanderthals could speak as we do. Perhaps earlier ancestors had the capacity, but never developed the culture to use it fully. Perhaps voices once rose and fell in languages now lost before they even had a name. The silence does not confirm or deny. It only invites us to wonder. And so, the fragile evidence of ancient voices is not just a scientific puzzle, it is also a reminder of impermanence. Every word you speak, every story you tell, will one day vanish into silence too. What remains, if anything, are the traces left in others, the memory of your tone, the warmth of your expression, echo of meaning carried forward. Language itself has survived because it is renewed with every generation. The instruments may perish, but the music continues. Hidden deep within the cells of every human being lies another layer of the story of language, one that is written not in sound but in code. For millions of years, DNA has carried instructions for the building bodies, shaping bones, and guiding growth. Within that long script, certain genes quietly influenced the development of the voice. One of the most famous is FOXP2, often called, though somewhat misleadingly, the language gene. The discovery of FOXP2 began with a family in England whose members struggled with speech and grammar across generations. Their difficulty was not in intelligence, but in the subtle control of sound coordinating, tongue, lips, and breath into fluent sequences. When scientists studied their DNA, they found a mutation in FOXP2, suggesting this gene was tied to the neural circuits that make speech possible. Later research confirmed its importance. In mice, altering FOXP2 changes the pitch of their squeaks. In songbirds, it disrupts their ability to learn and reproduce melodies. It is not a magic switch that creates language, but rather a regulator that tunes the brain's motor pathways, allowing for the fine choreography that speech requires. The story grows even more intriguing when we look at our evolutionary cousins. Neanderthals carried a version of VOXP2 almost identical to ours, suggesting they too had the neural capacity for controlled vocal learning. This complicates the picture. If they had the same genetic foundation, did they also speak? And if they did, why did their voices vanish while ours endured? The answers remain uncertain, caught between biology and culture, between possibility and history. What FOXP2 teaches us is that speech is not just an anatomical feat, it is a neurological one. To speak a single sentence, hundreds of muscles must move in precise coordination, guided by patterns firing across the brain. The tongue must press and release. The larynx must tighten and relax. The chest must manage breath. It is a dance invisible and effortless to us now, but impossible without generations of genetic refinement. Efoyekbu is one of the conductors of this dance, orchestrating the timing, smoothing the sequences, making fluency possible, and yet no single gene can claim the origin of language. FOXP2 is only one piece in a vast network. Countless other genes shape hearing, memory, motor control, and social behavior, all essential for speech. The wonder lies not in one mutation, but in the delicate convergence of many spread across time, aligning by chance and necessity until the human brain could do what no other brain had done before: attach meaning to sound with limitless flexibility. It is humbling to think how fragile this foundation is. A tiny change in a protein chain, a small shift in timing, and the outcome could be different. Without those changes, we might never have told stories, sung songs, or whispered comfort to one another in the dark. We might still rely only on cries and gestures, never unlocking the infinite combinations of words. Language, so vast in its possibilities, rests upon details so small they can barely be seen. Today, as you listen to these words, FOXP2 and its companions are still at work inside you. They are guiding neurons, shaping signals, ensuring that your brain and body coordinate in harmony. Every sound you make is proof of their quiet labor, the legacy of ancient mutations passed down without pause. The pathways of speech are not just history, they are alive in every breath you take. And so, Chapter 2 draws to a close. From lungs forged in ancient waters to genes humming in silence, the biological foundations of voice were slowly assembled. They did not know they were building language. They only carried life forward. But in carrying it, they laid the groundwork for something extraordinary, a species that would one day fill the silence of the world with words. Before words could ever travel through the air, the hands carried meaning across the silence. For our early ancestors, the world was a place of sharp edges and fragile survival. Stone had to be broken just so fibers, twisted into cord branches, shaped into spears. These skills were too complex to be left to chance, too precise to be learned by accident. They demanded teaching and teaching before speech depended on the body. Imagine a scene more than 2 million years ago. A figure squats by the riverbank, holding a chunk of stone in one hand and striking it with another. The blow is angled carefully, not too steep, not too shallow. With each strike, a sharp flake falls away, its edge glinting. Another watches a young apprentice in silence, eyes fixed on the rhythm of the task. There are no words for angle or pressure, but there is gesture, a deliberate slowing of the motion, a guiding hand placed on the student's wrist, a glance to signal the right moment. Meaning flows through the body, and knowledge passes on. These gestures were more than instruction. They were bridges between minds. To mime an action is to hold an image in one's head and invite another to share it. In this sense, gesture became the first true teacher. Long before language, there was demonstration, imitation, rehearsal. And in those rehearsals, thought that itself began to grow. To show is to imagine is to plan, and to plan is to step closer to the symbolic world that words would one day inhabit. Modern primates give us glimpses of this world. A chimpanzee might extend its hand to request food or point toward an object of desire. Bonobos reach and gesture in ways that reveal intention even if they cannot speak. For our ancestors, these gestures became richer, more layered, shaped by necessity. They did not merely signal hunger or danger. They could outline a process, guide a skill, or soothe a companion with the soft touch of reassurance. But the hands alone were not enough. Over time, gestures began to intertwine with sound. A sharp bark, accompanied by a pointing finger, a rising cry paired with a beckoning wave. Slowly, two systems overlapped, weaving a fabric more flexible than either one alone. Voice gave power to gesture. Gesture gave clarity to voice. Together, they built a twilight zone between silence and speech, a place where language was not yet born, but already visible on the horizon. Even today, we carry the memory of this stage. Watch someone tell a story, and their hands move as though pulled by the weight of meaning. They carve shapes in the air, trace invisible outlines, punctuate phrases with motion. These habits are not accidents. They are echoes of the time when words did not yet exist, when the only way to teach, to warn, to comfort, was through the body. Our gestures are fossils of thought, living remnants of an older form of communication that still hums beneath every conversation. The twilight of speech was not silence. It was a chorus of bodies, a dance of hands and eyes, and voices that were not yet words. In this twilight, culture began to form. Knowledge could be preserved, passed on, refined. Each generation did not need to rediscover fire or reinvent the shaping of stone. They could learn it through gesture, through demonstration, through a kind of silent storytelling. And in those moments, the hands prepared the way for the tongue. Language was still far away, but its roots were already alive in the palms and wrists of our ancestors. In every motion, they rehearsed the future, sketching out the outlines of expression that one day would rise into speech. The first teachers did not speak. They showed, and in showing they planted the seeds of everything to come. A tool is more than an object. It is a sentence written in stone. Each flake chipped away, each edge sharpened, speaks of intention, sequence, and design. Long before the first true words, our ancestors were already practicing something that resembled grammar, not in sound, but in action. Picture a figure, Homo habilis, crouched near a riverbed 2 million years ago. In his hand lies a cobble of hard stone. He strikes it with another, not randomly, but with a clear sequence of motions. One flake falls away, then another, then a third. The process is careful, systematic. Each blow depends on the one before it. Remove too much and the core weakens. Strike at the wrong angle and the edge blunts. To shape a cutting tool is to follow rules, a silent syntax of stone. Now imagine another watching this process. Without words, the lesson is not easy. Observation alone might miss the subtlety, the pressure of the wrist, the flick at the end of a strike, so the napper slows his movements, exaggerates them, guiding the learner's eyes. A gesture replaces explanation, a mimicry replaces vocabulary. What is being transmitted is not only skill, but structure. The idea that meaning can be layered, that one action can follow another to create something greater than its parts. In this way, tool making became a rehearsal for language, just as grammar arranges sounds into patterns. Napping arranges strikes into sequences. Both require memory anticipation and the ability to imagine the outcome before it appears. When we look at an Oldowan core or an Akulian hand axe, today we are not only seeing a tool, we are glimpsing a mind capable of chaining steps together, a mind edging closer to the complexity of speech. Modern experiments give us clues. Anthropologists have tried teaching stone napping to students without using words. The results are telling. Pure imitation often fails. Mistakes multiply. But with gestures, pointing, miming angles, shaping the wrist understanding grows. The body becomes a kind of proto-language, filling the gap where words do not yet exist. These experiments echo what must have happened countless times in the deep past one generation, shaping stone the next, learning the craft carried forward not by words, but by the grammar of action. The stones themselves record this story. Early tools are crude, jagged, sufficient only for scraping, but over hundreds of thousands of years, they grow more refined, more symmetrical, more deliberate. This progression mirrors the way language itself would evolve messy, at first, then structured, then increasingly complex. Each hand axe is a paragraph, each flake a syllable, each sharp edge a sign of planning. And so when we speak today, we are also echoing this ancient rhythm. The way a sentence unfolds, step by step, clause by clause, is not so different from the way a tool was shaped, strike by strike, edge by edge. Both require foresight, both require rules, and both leave behind a trace of human intention. In the twilight between gesture and speech, the grammar of stone was a teacher. It taught our ancestors that meaning could be built, that actions could follow patterns, that ideas could take shape outside the body and endure. It taught them that knowledge could be shared, preserved, passed down like a story, chipped into rock. And though the tools are silent, now they speak across time, telling us that the foundations of language were already in motion long before the first word was spoken. By the time Homo erectus strode across the African plains, the world had already shifted. Fire was tamed, bodies were taller and stronger, and horizons stretched further than ever before. They were wanderers, hunters, travelers of vast landscapes, and with this new life came new demands for connection. Yet their voices were still caught between what had been and what was to come. A chorus without words, a music without grammar. Imagine them gathered at dusk around a small fire. Flames flicker against their faces, shadows rise and fall on the walls of a cave. or the open trunks of trees. One points toward the horizon, where game had been spotted earlier. Another grunts in agreement, the sound sharp and low. A child fusses, soothed by a gentle hum. From its mother, the rhythm steady and comforting. These are not words, but they are not meaningless either. They are signals, tones, fragments of a system still finding its form. Erectus likely had a repertoire of calls, perhaps richer than those of chimpanzees, but still limited. Their rib cages suggest they lacked the full breath control needed for nuanced vowels and consonants. Their voices carried resonance, but not precision. A grunt might stand for many things: threat, excitement, attention, and context. Filled the gaps. To strengthen meaning, gestures stepped in. Hands pointed, faces shifted, bodies leaned forward or turned away. Silence, too, had its place, pregnant with understanding. In that silence, recognition flowed, one mind sensing the intent of another, even without speech. To call this communication primitive would be unfair. It was effective, perhaps even elegant in its own way. A chorus of cries and movements could coordinate a hunt, could gather a group, could comfort a child. It may not have been language as we know it, but it was survival. And survival is its own kind of eloquence. Some scientists believe Erectus even used rhythmic patterns, chants of sorts, as they moved together across landscapes. The steady beat of steps, the repetition of sounds, could have bound groups into unity, much like songs do today. Music may well have walked hand in hand with language from the beginning, each shaping the other, each born from the same breath. The twilight chorus of Erectus was also a social glue. Sound carries emotion even without words. A rising pitch can alarm, a lowering tone can soothe. Shared laughter, even if raw, signals safety. Shared cries, even if indistinct, signal grief. These currents of feeling flowed through their communities, stitching individuals into something larger than themselves. Language would later refine this power, but the foundation was already there. When we look at their tools, their hearths, their journeys across continents, we know that Erectus achieved remarkable things. They carried culture, memory, and tradition, not through writing or speech, but through gesture, imitation, and voice at the edge of words. They lived in the twilight where language had not yet dawned, but where its glow was already visible on the horizon. Their silence reminds us of the gradual path of our own story. Communication did not leap suddenly into existence. It grew like a chorus, layering sound upon gesture, emotion upon action, until meaning overflowed. Erectus never spoke in sentences, but they taught the world that connection is possible even without them. They showed that voices, however rough, could still carry the music of belonging. For countless generations, gestures and cries carried our ancestors through the challenges of survival. A pointed hand could direct attention to food. A guttural shout could rally hunters. A rhythmic hum could calm a restless child. But there was always a limit. Gestures fade in the dark. Cries blur when meaning must be precise. Silence, though powerful, could not carry everything. The twilight of speech was enough for a time, but eventually it pressed against its own boundaries, demanding something more. Picture a hunt on the wide savanna, a group of Homo erectus spots, prey moving across the grass. Hands gesture, eyes flash, but the moment is fleeting. A single second too long, a gesture missed in the tall reeds, and the opportunity slips away. How much easier it would be to whisper a direction, to signal with sound that carries further than the flick of a wrist. In those moments, the limits of silence became clear. Even around the fire, communication strained against its borders. To share memory, to retell what happened in the hunt, to warn of dangers that could return, all of this required more than gesture. A story cannot be carved into the air with hands alone. A warning cannot be stored in silence. What the body could do was extraordinary, but not infinite. Archaeological traces hint at this tension. Tools grew more sophisticated, requiring not only demonstration, but explanation. Fire was maintained. Its care passed from one generation to the next. Such knowledge, fragile and vital, needed a system that could preserve more detail than gesture alone could carry. Each flint core, each hearth circle, whispers of communication reaching towards something beyond itself. The silence was not empty, but it was heavy. It demanded constant attention, constant presence. To learn meant to watch. To teach meant to show. To remember meant to repeat again and again until the pattern lived in muscle rather than in sound. Without words, knowledge could not be stored in the air. It had to be stored in the body, in habit, in ritual. This was effective, but it was also fragile. A single generation's failure could break the chain, and so slowly the pressure mounted. The brain rehearsed new possibilities. The tongue and lips shaped more varied sounds, perhaps not yet words, but closer than ever before. Gestures remained, but they began to wove more tightly with voice, each compensating for the other's weakness. A cry could reach further. A gesture could clarify its meaning. Together, they formed a system remarkably rich, but also restless, as though waiting for the next step. We can sense the longing in this silence, the way it almost bursts with unspoken stories, the way hands can show but not narrate, the way cries can alarm but not explain, the way gestures can soothe but not promise. The human mind was beginning to think in patterns larger than its tools could express. In that tension, language stirred. The limits of silence were not failures, they were thresholds. They marked the moment when gesture and cry had done all they could, when survival and culture pressed for a new kind of voice. The twilight could not last forever. Eventually, the sun of language had to rise, and when it did, it would not erase silence, but transform it. For even today, in every pause, every unspoken glance, every quiet between words, silence still carries meaning. But in those ancient days, silence was the edge of possibility. It was the border where gesture and cry ended, and where speech waiting patiently began to unfold. In the flickering glow of firelight, something new began to stir. For hundreds of thousands of years, gestures and cries had been enough tools were shaped. Hunts were shared, dangers were warned. But as communities grew, as memories deepened, as lives became more entwined, a hunger emerged for something greater, not just signals of the present moment, but echoes of the past and glimpses of the future. Out of that hunger came the first sparks of story. Imagine a circle of Homo erectus gathered at night. Flames rise, smoke drifts upward, and the darkness beyond seems endless. A hunter returns, carrying marks of a struggle on his body. Around him, others lean forward. He cannot yet say, "I fought a great beast," but he can act it out. His hands become the beast's claws. His body mimics the struggle. His voice erupts in guttural cries that capture the danger. The audience gasps, follows, understands. In this moment, a story is told not in words, but in movement and sound woven together. Such performances were not mere entertainment. They were survival lessons. They carried warnings, strategies, reminders of what had happened and what might come again. To reenact a hunt was to teach the group how to face the next one. To mime the path of prey was to preserve memory of where food could be found. These early stories carved meaning into time, carrying the past into the present, shaping the present into preparation for the future. The first sparks of story also carried emotion. A cry imitated could make others laugh, easing tension after a long day. A shared reenactment of danger could unite a group in relief at their survival. Around the fire, emotion spilled into sound and gesture, creating bonds that went deeper than utility. In those moments, story was not just instruction, it was connection, and with story came imagination. To act out a hunt is to replay memory, but to extend the scene, to exaggerate or embellish, is to create something new. Perhaps a hunter mimed a beast larger than it truly was, eliciting awe from the group. Perhaps someone added a gesture that symbolized triumph or mockery. In those embellishments, fiction was born. From fiction came ritual myth, the beginnings of meaning larger than any single life. We may never know the exact forms these proto-stories took. They left no fossils, no carvings, no records. What remains is inference drawn from the capacity of the human mind and the traces of symbolic behavior that followed. But we can be sure of this: where there was firelight, where there were hands and voices, there was performance. And where there was performance, there was the seed of story. This twilight between gesture and speech was the crucible in which language was tempered. Story demanded more than pointing, more than crying. It demanded sequence, continuity, symbols that could be carried beyond the moment. The body stretched toward its limits. The voice strained for nuance. Together, they rehearsed for something greater, something that would soon burst forth in the form of words. Tonight, when you hear the rhythm of these sentences, remember that you are echoing that ancient circle. Our stories are longer, now our words countless, our meanings layered and deep, but their roots lie in the same soil, a group gathered together, watching, listening, sharing the spark of imagination in the glow of a fire. The first sparks of story did not end the twilight. They illuminated it, revealing what was possible, showing that the human mind longed to weave memory, meaning, and imagination together. They were the bridge from silence to speech, from gesture to language, from survival to culture. And in those sparks we glimpse the dawn of everything that followed. For most of human history, the voices of our ancestors have been lost to time. Soft tissues, wrought vibrations vanish, and even the strongest lungs leave no trace in the earth. Yet sometimes, in rare moments of preservation, a fragment survives a tiny bone, no larger than a thumb joint, suspended in the throat like a horseshoe. This is the hyoid, and in its fragile curve, scientists glimpse the possibility of speech. The hyoid anchors the muscles of the tongue, and larynx the hidden machinery that shapes breath into sound. In modern humans, its position allows for the fine control of vowels and consonants, the delicate shaping of syllables that make language possible. In our ancestors, the hyoid becomes a clue, a ghost of a voice that can no longer be heard. One of the most famous examples lies deep in Israel's Kebara cave, where the skeleton of a Neanderthal was discovered. Among the bones was a hyoid strikingly similar to our own. It looked so modern, so familiar, that many scientists argued Neanderthals must have spoken as we do. Could it be that their voices echoed across the valleys in sentences not so different from ours? The thought is both thrilling and unsettling. If they spoke, then silence has robbed us not only of their words, but of entire languages, entire stories that might have lived and died without record. But caution remains. A single bone cannot settle the debate. The shape of the hyoid suggests potential, but potential is not certainty. Some researchers argue that without the same breath control or neural pathways, Neanderthal speech may have been limited, more resonant and booming than nuanced and precise. Perhaps their voices carried across forests like drums, but lacked the whispering intimacy of human speech. The truth remains suspended forever just beyond our reach. Still, the very fact that this bone survived is remarkable. It is as though time left us a hint, a reminder that voices once filled the world in ways we can no longer imagine. Every hyoid unearthed is like a whisper from the past, fragile, incomplete, but haunting. It tells us that our ancestors were closer to us than we once believed, that the line between silence and speech may have been crossed long before Homo sapiens walked the earth. Beyond the hyoid, other traces linger in skulls and rib cages. The angle of a cranial base can suggest the length of the vocal tract. The curve of ribs can hint at breathing control. Each fragment adds another brushstroke to the portrait, though the picture remains blurred. What emerges is not certainty, but possibility, a spectrum of voices stretching across time, some rough, some refined, all part of the long rehearsal of language. What makes this evidence so powerful is not only its science, but its poetry. Imagine a Neanderthal mother humming softly to her child. Imagine a group calling to one another across a hunting ground, their voices rising in rhythm. Whether or not their speech was like ours, it carried meaning, emotion, connection. The hyoid does not tell us what they said, but it tells us that they had something to say. And so, the whisper of a bone becomes the echo of an entire lineage. It reminds us that we are not the only ones who may have shaped breath into meaning. Other voices may have sung, argued, comforted, or warned only to vanish without leaving behind a trace. Their silence humbles us. It invites us to imagine the richness of a world filled with tongues we will never hear. The hyoid is not proof of language. It is an invitation to wonder, to listen more closely to the silence, and to recognize that the story of speech is far older and far more entangled than we once believed. Hidden inside every cell of our bodies is a story far older than language itself. It is not written in sound or in memory, but in code-long spirals of DNA that carry the instructions for building life. Within this vast script lies a chapter that touches directly on the ability to speak. Scientists call it a gene that became famous as the so-called language gene. But its story is not so simple and not so singular. The tale begins with a family in England who puzzled researchers in the late 20th century across generations. Many of them struggled with speech and grammar. Their difficulty was not in thought, but in fluency. They could not easily string sounds together, could not shape words with precision, could not master the choreography of tongue, lips, and breath. When scientists looked closely, they found a mutation in the FOX2 gene. This discovery lit a spark. Perhaps this gene was one of the keys to unlocking human speech. Further research revealed its influence. In mice, altering FOXP2 changes the pitch and rhythm of their squeaks. In songbirds, it disrupts their ability to learn and imitate songs. The pattern became clear. FOXP2 is not about words. It is about learning sequences of sound, controlling the motor skills needed to shape them, and fine-tuning the pathways between brain and body. It is less a composer of language than a conductor keeping time so that the orchestra of muscles can perform in harmony. What is haunting is that Neanderthals carried the same version of FOXP2 as we do. This means the genetic foundation for controlled vocal learning was already in place. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, if their anatomy and culture allowed, they may have spoken not in grunts alone, but in sentences in words that have long since vanished. The silence of their extinction swallowed whatever tongues they might have spoken, leaving us only this genetic clue, like a note scribbled in the margin of history. FOXP does not act alone. It works in concert with other genes that shape hearing memory and social behavior, but its role is distinctive. It fine-tunes the circuits in the basal ganglia and cerebellum regions of the brain tied to rhythm, motor control, and sequence. To speak even a single word, hundreds of muscles must coordinate in milliseconds. FOXP2 helps keep that dance smooth and fluid. Without it, speech becomes halting, broken, difficult. With it, language flows like breath. It is humbling to think that something as vast as language can rest on something as small as a few changes in a protein chain. Two tiny mutations occurring perhaps 200,000 years ago may have tilted the balance toward fluency. Out of those changes came stories, songs, lullabies, debates, prayers, and whispers. Out of those changes came this very sentence carried to you across time. Yet FOXP does not tell us what the first words were. It cannot reveal whether our ancestors spoke of kinship or of hunting, whether their voices carried myth or memory. All it tells us is that the possibility was there, that the genetic foundation for speech had been laid. The content, the creativity, the poetry of language had to come later, woven by culture and imagination. And so FOXP is less the origin of language than the quiet pulse beneath it. It is the steady rhythm that allows the music of speech to unfold, the hidden thread that ties breath to meaning. It reminds us that language is not only a cultural creation, but also a biological inheritance, an inheritance written in the code of life, carried forward silently through the generations, waiting for the moment when it would finally find its voice. Language is not only about producing sound, it is also about receiving it. A voice without an ear is a tree falling in an empty forest, vibrations lost without meaning. For language to take shape, speaking and listening had to evolve together, each tuning itself to the other, like partners in a dance. The human story is not only one of lungs and tongues, but also of ears and brains. Learning how to hear. When scientists reconstruct the auditory canals of ancient hominins, they discover striking clues. Around 450,000 years ago, the middle ears of our ancestors began to show patterns already shifting toward the modern human range. These subtle changes allowed them to hear higher frequencies more clearly, frequencies essential for distinguishing vowels and consonants. In other words, their ears were preparing for words even before words had fully arrived. Imagine a small community of early humans gathered on the open plain. A call echoes across the grass, sharp, high-pitched, carrying further than a grunt. Others hear it clearly, turn and respond. The signal works not only because it was produced, but because it was heard with precision. The evolution of the ear meant that subtler differences in sound could now carry meaning, not just a cry of alarm, but shades of who, what, and where. Hearing shaped language just as much as speaking did. If one ancestor had developed new vocal abilities, but their companions could not perceive the differences, those sounds would have been useless. But as the brain tuned itself to detect finer distinctions, the door opened wider. A wider range of sounds could now become symbols linked to ideas woven into communication. The auditory brain did more than decode pitch and tone. It also learned rhythm. Just as breath created patterns in sound ears, began to recognize those patterns, to expect them, to find meaning in their repetition. This sensitivity laid the groundwork not only for language, but also for music. A chant repeated on a march, a lullaby hummed in rhythm, a call and response across the savannah. All of these depended on the ear's growing ability to hold sound in memory and anticipate its return. Even today, we see the legacy of this co-evolution. Children acquire language not only by speaking, but by listening. They absorb rhythm, intonation, stress, and melody long before they can form sentences. Their ears teach their tongues shaping sound by first receiving it. Without hearing, speech is far more difficult to learn. The loop between mouth and ear is constant, each shaping the other, each impossible without the other. This mutual evolution also carried social power. To hear another's voice with clarity is to be drawn into their world. Nuances of tone reveal emotion, fear, joy, tenderness that words alone cannot carry. Early humans did not just hear calls, they heard feeling. This deepened bonds, strengthened cooperation, and reinforced survival. A warning cry that conveyed urgency was more effective than one that was flat. A soothing hum that carried reassurance calmed more deeply than silence. The hearing brain also laid the groundwork for something uniquely human, the ability to imagine sound, even in its absence. When you recall a loved one's voice, you hear it in your mind, though no sound is present. This inner ear, this ability to replay and reshape auditory patterns, may have been one of the final keys to language. It allowed humans not only to respond to sounds, but to practice them, to refine them, to build them into systems that endured beyond the moment. So the story of language is not only the story of speaking, but of listening. It is the story of how our ears stretched their range, how our brains deepened their patterns, how voices and hearing rose together. Every conversation you have, every word you listen to, now rests on this co-evolution. Speech and hearing are inseparable two sides of one miracle, carrying meaning across the silence of time. For centuries, the Neanderthals were imagined as mute brutes, grunting in course, unable to speak in any meaningful way. But as evidence has gathered, that picture has softened. Bone by bone, genome by genome, a different story emerges, one in which our cousins were not silent shadows, but beings with voices, perhaps rich, perhaps strange, yet undeniably their own. The Kabara cave hyoid bone was the first great clue. Its shape was almost indistinguishable from ours, suggesting the physical framework for speech was already present. Later, the discovery that Neanderthals carried the same version of the FOXP2 gene as modern humans strengthened the case. If their anatomy and genetics matched ours so closely, then why not their voices? The possibility unsettles us because it collapses the boundary we once drew to define ourselves. If Neanderthals could speak, then language is not solely ours. It becomes a shared inheritance, a chorus with more than one voice. But what might those voices have sounded like? Computer models of their vocal tracts suggest subtle differences. Their skulls and rib cages hint that their breath control may have been slightly less refined, their vowels broader, their consonants fewer. Perhaps their speech was booming, resonant, carrying across open spaces like a chant. Perhaps it lacked the delicate precision of a whisper, the subtlety of soft syllables, and yet within those limitations, meaning could still flow. A sentence need not be perfect to be understood. A call need not be subtle to carry love warning or belonging. The archaeological record strengthens this view. Neanderthals lived in complex groups, cared for their injured, buried their dead with ceremony. They used tools that required skill, shared fire, and painted caves with pigment. Such behaviors hint at symbolic thought, at culture, at the need to communicate ideas beyond the immediate. Could they have done all this without words? Perhaps, but it seems unlikely. Gesture and mime could carry them far, but the richness of their lives suggests something more. Imagine a Neanderthal family gathered in the glow of a fire. A parent hums a rhythmic sound to soothe a child, the pitch, low and steady. Others join in creating a chorus that is half lullaby, half chant. The voices rise and fall, resonant in the cave's stone chamber. In that moment, there is no difference between them and us. Voice becomes comfort, becomes culture, becomes memory, and yet silence surrounds their story. Whatever words they spoke are gone forever, lost in the darkness of time. Their languages, if they had them, left no trace in stone or bone. The silence is not proof of absence, but absence of proof. We are left with fragments, a bone, a gene, a painted handprint on a cave wall. Each is an echo inviting us to imagine the chorus we will never hear. The haunting truth is that even if Neanderthals spoke, their voices did not survive. When their line ended, their words ended too, extinguished like torches in the night. Perhaps some traces linger in our DNA, faint shadows, in the structure of our brains. But the languages themselves, if they existed, are as lost as any lullaby never sung again. Their story humbles us. We are not the sole inheritors of language. We are part of a larger tapestry of voices, some still audible, others vanished forever. The Neanderthals remind us that speech is not guaranteed, that it can flourish and still be lost, that silence is always waiting at the edges of sound. And so, when we speak today, we might hear, if only in imagination, the faint resonance of our cousins' voices, not identical, not preserved, but hauntingly close, an echo of another humanity, standing just across the fire, telling stories we will never know. When we trace the story of language, we often look for certainties, a clear beginning, A single discovery, a moment where silence broke into words. But the truth is softer, less definite. What evolution gave was not a finished system, but a window of possibility. Within that window, culture and chance determined whether language would blossom or fade. By 100,000 years ago, the pieces were in place. The anatomy of the vocal tract allowed for subtle sounds. The brain carried genes like FOXP2 that tuned its circuits for rhythm and sequence. The ear could hear the higher frequencies of vowels and consonants. All the ingredients of speech were ready, and yet having the capacity is not the same as using it. A window can be opened, but it can also remain shut. Consider Neanderthals again. They may have stood at that same threshold, their biology tuned for speech, their brains ready for words. But did they step fully through? Some evidence suggests yes, symbolic artifacts, pigments, carvings. Other evidence leaves doubt. Perhaps their voices never developed the fluid grammar of ours. Perhaps they remained in the twilight, able to speak, but never weaving language into the fabric of culture as deeply as humans did. In the end, their capacity may have been real, but their survival was determined by many other forces: climate, chance, population size, and encounters with us. This truth humbles us. Language alone is not destiny. It is one thread among many fragile as any other. A drought could erase it. A disease could silence it. A dwindling tribe could lose it in a single generation. The fact that our lineage carried language forward is not a guarantee, but a miracle balanced on the edge of chance. The window of possibility also reminds us that language does not appear all at once. It flickers, it spreads, it grows in pockets before becoming universal. Small groups may have experimented with proto-language long before it took hold widely. Words may have risen in one valley and died in another, leaving no trace. Perhaps there were languages older than ours, lost like smoke in the air, their echoes gone with the people who carried them. The silence between archaeology and imagination is filled with such possibilities, and yet once language took root, it grew resilient. Culture reinforced biology. Children learned from elders. Elders told stories to guide children. Each generation passed its words forward, building layers of memory that could outlast individuals. What began as chance became tradition, and what began as fragility became permanence. The window did not close. It opened wide, and through it poured everything we now call human history. Even today, this lesson remains. Every language spoken now rests within the same fragile window. Each depends on being learned, remembered, passed down. And when a language vanishes, as so many have, the silence is permanent. What dies is not only words, but a way of seeing the world, a unique rhythm of thought. The window of possibility allows for brilliance, but also for loss. So when we speak, we are not only using biology, we are stepping through that ancient window, carrying forward the chance that was given to us long ago. The lungs of fish, the bones of ancestors, the genes of hidden sequences, all of it converged to open this space. What we do within it is up to culture, up to memory, up to us. The story of language is not only about evolution, it is about opportunity, taken missed, flickering, and finally enduring. The window was there. We stepped through, and the silence of the past became the voices of today. By the time anatomically modern humans walked the earth, a quiet revolution was already stirring. Voices had grown more flexible, ears more discerning, and the brain more attuned to rhythm and sequence. Yet, language is more than sound. It is the power to bind meaning to symbols, to let one thing stand for another. The first fragile signs of this leap are found not in words, but in scratches, simple lines carved into stone or ochre, faint marks that whisper of thought reaching beyond the present. On the southern coast of Africa, archaeologists uncovered a piece of ochre more than 70,000 years old, its surface etched with a cross-hatched pattern. At first glance, it seems nothing, a series of shallow lines, almost random. But look again, and intention emerges. The marks are deliberate, symmetrical, repeated. They do not sharpen a tool, nor do they butcher an animal. They serve no practical purpose. Instead, they suggest something new, the ability to create meaning in the abstract, to scratch a mark on stone and let it stand for something unseen is to cross a threshold. It may have been a sign of identity, a memory of an event, or simply an aesthetic gesture. We cannot know, but whatever its purpose, it carried meaning beyond itself. In that moment, the human mind was doing what only language can do, transforming the world into symbols. These scratches were not isolated. In caves and shelters, across sites separated by hundreds of miles, similar engravings appear: patterns, zigzags, circles. Taken together, they suggest a growing habit, a shared practice of marking. It was as though early humans were rehearsing the act of writing before words existed, testing the waters of symbolism, seeing how far their minds could reach. The significance of these marks lies not in their beauty, but in their abstraction. A mark does not feed a family or ward off danger, but it holds memory. It points to something unseen, perhaps a ritual, perhaps a story, perhaps a name. This act of detachment, linking mark to meaning, is the essence of language itself. Speech does it with sound. Engraving does it with line. Both are symbols, both bridges between thought and expression. Picture an ancient human crouched in the dim light of a cave. In one hand a piece of ochre, in the other a sharp flake of stone. Slowly, patiently, they draw lines on the surface. Others watch curious. When the marks are finished, they nod, recognizing something they cannot fully explain. The object now carries a significance greater than itself. In silence, language has been extended into the world of matter. These scratches remind us that language does not live only in mouths. It spills outward into gesture, into mark, into art. Once the door of symbolism was opened, it could never close again. From simple engravings came beads strung into necklaces, shells pierced and worn as ornaments, pigments smeared onto walls. Each step carried thought further from the body, anchoring memory in things that could endure beyond the moment. And so the dawn of meaning was not only spoken, but carved, painted, adorned. The first words may be lost forever, but the first marks remain. They tell us that language was already more than survival. It had become culture, identity, imagination. In a line scratched on stone, we see the beginnings of writing, of art, of history. We see the human mind discovering that the world can be transformed into symbols, and that symbols can carry us across time. Not long after the first scratches appeared on stone and ochre, another form of symbolism began to glimmer in the archaeological record beads. Small, delicate, and seemingly fragile, they carried a power far greater than their size. For in each bead, we find more than decoration. We find memory, identity, and the first tangible expressions of a shared human imagination. The oldest beads discovered are made from shells pierced carefully so that they could be strung together. Some date back more than 75,000 years, found in coves along the African coast. Their purpose was not survival in the immediate sense. A bead does not feed a family or sharpen a tool. Instead, it speaks in the language of symbols. To wear beads is to say something without words. I belong to this group. I carry this story. I am marked by this meaning. Imagine a small band of humans gathering near the shore. One bends over a pile of shells, choosing those of a particular size or color. With a sharp flake, they pierce tiny holes, threading them onto a strip of fiber. Slowly, a necklace forms. When worn, it glimmers in the sunlight, each shell whispering of the sea from which it came. To those who see it, the message is clear, though no words are spoken. This person carries identity. This person carries memory. Beads were more than adornment. They were portable symbols, tokens that could be carried from place to place, passed from hand to hand, linking individuals across time and space. Unlike a gesture that vanishes or a cry that fades, a bead endures. It is a fragment of meaning made durable. It can be buried with the dead, preserving the memory of a life. It can be traded with another group, carrying not only material value, but social connection. It can be worn, transforming the body into a canvas of culture. In this way, beads became one of the earliest external memories. Language is fragile, dependent on living voices, but beads are silent words that survive long after the speaker is gone. They tell us that humans had begun to live not only in the present, but in history, creating objects that carried meaning beyond the moment, storing memory in matter. The symbolic weight of beads also hints at the dawn of abstract thought. To pierce a shell and string it is to imagine that others will see it, to anticipate the reaction of a community. It is to understand that symbols can move minds, that meaning can be communicated through form alone. This leap is profound. It shows that humans were not only capable of attaching sound to meaning, but of attaching meaning to objects. The rhythm of life must have changed with this innovation. Picture a child given a bead by a parent, the shell treasured not for its material, but for its significance. Picture a traveler arriving in a new camp, recognized instantly by the necklace they wear. Picture beads exchanged as gifts, strengthening alliances, weaving bonds across groups. In each scenario, language is not only spoken, it is embodied, made visible, made permanent. Today, when we wear jewelry, we echo this ancient inheritance. A wedding ring, a bracelet from a loved one, a pendant carrying belief or identity. All of these are beads of memory, carrying meaning silently across time. The shells of ancient Africa and the gold of modern hands are part of the same story, the human need to symbolize, to communicate, to remember. So when we look at those first tiny beads, drilled with care and worn with pride, we are looking at one of the earliest languages written in matter, silent, durable, shimmering in the light. They remind us that language does not always speak. Sometimes it glimmers. Sometimes it rests on the chest, carried through life as a wordless story. After scratches on stone and beads of shell, another kind of language began to bloom, one made not of lines or shapes, but of color. Long before paint decorated cave walls, humans discovered ochre, a soft earth pigment that could be ground into powder and transformed into vivid reds, oranges, and yellows. With it, the world itself became a canvas, and the human imagination found a new voice. Ochre has been found in sites more than 100,000 years old, sometimes ground into powder, sometimes rubbed against stone or bone, sometimes smeared onto the body. These uses were not practical in the sense of survival. Red pigment does not sharpen a spear or cook a meal. Instead, it transforms. A stone marked with ochre becomes a symbol. A body painted with it becomes something more than flesh. Perhaps a warrior, perhaps a participant in ritual, perhaps simply a being marked by meaning. Imagine a small group gathered in the dim light of a cave. One crouches with a lump of ochre, grinding it against stone until it crumbles into fine dust. They mix it with water, creating a thick paste. Slowly, they smear it onto the walls, leaving behind a streak of red that glows in the firelight. Others watch, and in silence they understand. The mark is not random. It is chosen, deliberate, carrying a weight beyond its color. To use pigment is to step into abstraction. It is to say, this red is not only red, it means something. It may have meant life for red recalls the color of blood. It may have meant the earth for ochre comes from the soil. It may have meant spirit power belonging. The exact meanings are lost, but the act itself tells us enough. Humans had begun to attach symbols not only to shapes and objects, but to colors. This discovery also extended the reach of memory. Unlike a gesture which vanishes or a cry which fades, a mark of ochre endures. It can linger on stone for generations, a message carried forward, even when the speaker is gone. A community could gather around the same markings year after year, seeing not just decoration, but a reminder of identity, ritual, and shared imagination. The body too became a surface for symbolism. Archaeologists believe that ochre was used as body paint smeared onto skin before hunts or ceremonies. Painted bodies transform people into living symbols visible to others, carrying meaning in motion. Perhaps a red stripe marked a hunter, a swirl marked a leader, a handprint on the chest signaled belonging to the group. Whatever the designs, they turned the human form into language, silent yet powerful. What is remarkable is how universal this impulse became. Across continents and millennia, ochre appears again and again in Africa, Europe, Asia, Australia. Its use is not identical, but its presence is constant, suggesting that the leap into color was not an accident of one culture, but a deep human tendency. Wherever humans went, they carried not only tools, but pigments. They carried not only survival, but symbolism. Even today, we echo this inheritance. We paint our faces in ritual wear colors to signal allegiance, use flags and fabrics to carry identity. The ochre of our ancestors still glows in every stripe of paint, every pigment of art, every symbol marked in color. It reminds us that language is not only sound, it is also visual material embodied. It is meaning carried not just in words, but in hues and shades that stir emotion without a syllable spoken. So when we look at those ancient streaks of red, we are not only looking at paint, we are looking at thought, at imagination, at language spilling out of the mouth and into the world. The colors of meaning tell us that once symbols were born, they could never be confined. They spread across stone, across skin, across memory. And in those colors, the human story began to glow. Symbols began simply as scratches, as beads, as colors smeared on stone. But in time, they reached beyond the visible, pointing not just to things in the world, but to ideas that could not be touched. This was the birth of abstraction, the quiet unfolding of a capacity that would one day sustain myth, ritual, and imagination. It was here that language began to expand into realms unseen. Consider again the ochre engravings from Blombo's cave, their zigzags etched into stone more than 70,000 years ago. They do not depict an animal to hunt, nor a tool to use. They represent something else, pattern, for pattern's sake, meaning beyond immediate need. To carve such lines is to detach thought from the here and now, to let it float into the abstract. These marks may have been symbols of identity, of group, of ritual significance. They may even have been early experiments with notation attempts to anchor memory in material form. Whatever their purpose, they reveal a mind willing to create meaning beyond survival. Abstraction also found a home in ritual. Evidence suggests that burials began to take on symbolic form, with bodies adorned in ochre, accompanied by beads or tools. Such gestures speak not of practicality, but of belief. To place pigment on the dead is to suggest a world beyond death, to imagine continuity where none is visible. This leap is profound language, is not only for the living, but for the unseen, the hoped for, the imagined. Picture a group gathered around a burial. The body lies still, marked with red ochre, perhaps with beads at its side. Others watch solemn, silent. No words are carved into the air, but the act itself carries meaning. This person mattered. This person is remembered. This person's story continues even in absence. Abstraction turns grief into ritual, and ritual into shared culture. This same leap may have led to the earliest myths. A line scratched on stone could represent not just a mark, but a story, a memory of where game was found, or a symbol of a spirit believed to dwell nearby. Beads could mark not just status, but belonging to an invisible order, a kinship that stretched beyond blood. Colors could transform the body, not into an individual, but into a participant in a ceremony that bound many into one. Through these symbols, humans began to create invisible worlds alongside the visible one. The birth of abstraction also expanded the scope of communication. With symbols, people could point to things not present to times, not now, to ideas not seen. Language and sound had already begun this process, but symbols in material form amplified it. A mark could endure when the voice fell silent. A bead could carry meaning across distance. A ritual could preserve memory across generations. This capacity remains at the heart of what it means to be human. We still live surrounded by abstractions, numbers that stand for value, letters that stand for sound, flags that stand for nations. Each is a continuation of those first scratches and beads, each an echo of the moment when our ancestors realized that meaning could leap free of the immediate world. And so the birth of abstraction was the true dawn of symbolic thought. It marked the moment when language ceased to be confined to cries and gestures and began to inhabit symbols that could endure. It allowed humans to speak not only of what is, but of what might be, of what once was, of what they imagined. It was the step that opened the path to myth, to art, to history, in a scratched zigzag, in a painted streak, in a bead strung on a cord. The invisible became visible, and in that transformation, the human voice, though still young, had already begun to stretch toward eternity. Long before alphabets or carved tablets, objects themselves began to speak. They carried messages without voices, silent, yet enduring, each one a vessel of meaning. Beads, pigments, engravings, all were part of this shift. But over time, the very objects of daily life became infused with symbolic weight. Tools, ornaments, even the placement of stones in a circle each could say something without a single word. This was the silent language of objects, and it marked another turning point in the story of communication. Picture a hand axe shaped with unusual symmetry, more beautiful than strictly necessary. It could slice, yes, but it also shone with intention. Its balanced form might have signaled skill status or even attraction an object not just of use, but of meaning. To carry such an axe was to say, I know I belong, I matter. No words were required. The object itself spoke. Burials provide some of the clearest examples. Across ancient sites, bodies are found carefully positioned, accompanied by tools, ornaments, pigments. Each grave is more than a resting place. It is a message. The inclusion of objects tells us that the dead were honored, remembered, perhaps believed to journey into another world. To place a necklace in the earth with a body is to let it speak on behalf of the one who can no longer speak. It is an object turned into voice. Even everyday items carried symbolic weight. A carved bone could serve as a tally, recording notches of memory. A decorated shell could mark affiliation with a group. A circle of stones could designate a space of ritual or belonging. In each case, the object extended thought into the world, storing meaning outside the fragile limits of memory. This was external language, not spoken, not heard, but seen, touched, and remembered. The silent language of objects also allowed meaning to travel. A bead could be traded, carrying with it not only material value, but cultural story. A tool made in one region and found in another speaks of movement, of contact, of connection across distance. Objects could outlive their makers, passing through many hands, accumulating layers of significance with each exchange. Unlike words, which vanish, when the breath ends, objects endure, holding meaning across generations. This endurance is crucial. It meant that memory could become collective, not just personal. A story spoken might be forgotten, but a carved symbol could remain waiting for others to see and to interpret. Even if the meaning shifted, the presence of the mark reminded future generations that thought had been there before them. Objects became anchors of continuity, tying communities to their past and guiding them toward their future. Today, we still live surrounded by this silent language. Rings signify love books, embody knowledge. Monuments carry memory. A child's toy kept for decades. A photograph in a frame. A flag on a pole, all are objects that speak silent yet eloquent. They are descendants of those first-hand axes and ochre-painted shells carrying meaning across time. What this tells us is that language is not confined to sound. It is a wider phenomenon, a human impulse to let thought leap outward into forms that endure. Objects once infused with meaning become words in a language without voice. They remind us that to be human is to speak not only with tongues, but with hands, with tools, with marks left behind. As chapter 5 closes, we see language stretching beyond biology. No longer just breath, no longer just gesture. It had begun to inhabit the material world. Scratches, beads, pigment, objects, all were silent voices, carrying the dawn of meaning into the future. In their stillness, They whisper to us across millennia. We were here. We thought we remembered. For hundreds of thousands of years, voices hovered at the edge of language gestures, carried meaning cries, signaled danger, marks and beads preserved memory. But then something extraordinary happened. The pieces came together, lungs capable of steady breath, tongues capable of subtle articulation, brains wired for rhythm and sequence, and cultures hungry for meaning. The window of possibility opened wide, and through it poured the first true sentences. With them, the human world transformed. Imagine a night, perhaps 100,000 years ago. A small band of humans sits by the fire. Until now, their communication has been a patchwork of gestures, cries, and symbols. But tonight, something shifts. A parent points to a place on the horizon and strings sounds. Together syllables not random, but ordered, carrying meaning beyond the moment. The group listens, understands, responds. In that instant, language ceases to be potential and becomes reality. The first true words must have been simple names. For people, calls for food, warnings of danger. But simplicity was enough. With a handful of words, the group could label the world, making memory more precise, making cooperation more efficient. Over time, vocabulary grew like a river, gathering tributaries, branching into sounds for places, animals, emotions, and tools. With each new word, the world grew larger, more detailed, more human. But the greatest leap came not from words themselves, but from what they could build together: stories. A word can point, a sentence can instruct, but a story can preserve. With stories, humans could tell not just what was happening now, but what happened before and what might happen again. They could carry memory across generations, warned of dangers, long past to teach lessons to those not yet born. Picture again the fire. A hunter speaks of a lion encountered days earlier. He does not simply growl or gesture. He strings together words that create a scene. The grass rustling, the sudden leap, the narrow escape. Others listen spellbound, learning not only the facts, but the shape of the experience. This is the beginning of narrative, the foundation of myth, the seed of history. Stories did more than teach, they bound groups together. Shared tales became shared identity. To belong was to know the story of one's people, where they came from, what they had endured, what spirits watched over them. Language wove individuals into communities and communities into cultures. The fire circle became the first classroom, the first theater, the first sacred space. This explosion of story also changed the human mind. Once language could capture events and weave them into sequences, thought itself grew deeper. The brain could imagine not only what was, but what could be: possibilities, plans, counterfactuals. Children learned not only by watching, but by listening. Elders became living libraries, their voices storing centuries of memory. Life no longer vanished when the body perished, for words carried it forward. We still feel the echo of this moment. Every bedtime story, every history book, every whispered memory at a funeral traces its lineage to that first leap. When words became stories, humans crossed a threshold no other species has crossed. They stepped into a world where meaning could outlast the moment, where imagination could shape reality, where memory could become myth. The explosion of language did not erase gesture, silence, or objects. It absorbed them. A storyteller still moves. Their hands still paints pictures with rhythm, still relies on the silence between words. Language did not replace earlier forms of communication. It gathered them, amplified them, and carried them further. In this way, the first true stories were not only the birth of culture, they were the flowering of everything that had come before. Scratches, beads, pigments, chants, gestures, all had been rehearsals. Now, at last, the performance began. Words alone are powerful, but without structure, they scatter like leaves in the wind. A name can point, a call can warn, but it is grammar that binds them together, weaving sounds into patterns capable of infinite meaning. With grammar, thought itself was reshaped. Humans could not only name the world, they could describe it, question it, imagine it, and retell it in endless variations. The key lies in recursion, the ability to place one idea inside another, nesting thoughts like dolls within dolls. Consider a sentence such as the bird that flew over the tree where the hunters waited. This is more than description. It is a layering of context, a building of relationships between actions and places, between causes and consequences. Recursion is not necessary for simple communication, but it is necessary for complex thought. It allows the mind to hold multiple ideas at once, to link them, to play with them. When recursion entered language, a new world opened. Humans could now tell stories not just of events, but of reasons. They could explain why the hunt failed, or how the storm came, or what might happen if the river floods again. They could imagine futures that had not yet arrived, plan strategies with multiple steps, or weave myths that stretched beyond lived experience. Grammar gave form to imagination, discipline to memory, and wings to culture. Picture a child listening to an elder. The elder does not simply list animals or places. Instead, they weave a tale. When the rains came, the herd moved to the valley where our ancestors once lived. If we follow, we will find them. In that sentence lies memory, explanation, and plan, all carried by grammar. Without it, the knowledge might dissolve into fragments. With it, knowledge becomes narrative, something that can be carried intact across time. The rise of grammar also transformed learning. No longer did skills need to be shown every time. They could be explained. A teacher could describe how to shape stone, when to plant seeds, or why a fire must be tended in a certain way. Explanation allowed knowledge to spread faster, to travel further, to accumulate across generations. Each new layer of grammar deepened the pool of shared wisdom until culture itself began to expand at a pace never seen before. And with grammar came new kinds of thought. Humans could imagine hypotheticals. If the hunt fails tomorrow, what will we eat? They could hold counterfactuals. If the storm had not come, we would have traveled further. They could tell myths layered with conditions, histories embroidered with details and plans, branching into possibilities. Grammar made thought itself recursive, folding back on itself, expanding in directions no other animal had reached. Even today, we feel the magic of this inheritance. A novel, a poem, a whispered conversation in the dark, all of them rely on the same recursive structures born tens of thousands of years ago. Every if, every because, every what if is a doorway into possibility, a reminder that language is not only a mirror of reality, but a tool for reshaping it. Grammar is so natural to us now that we forget its wonder. Children absorb it without instruction, acquiring its rules effortlessly as if born with the instinct. This fluency reveals how deeply grammar has been woven into our biology and culture. It is not a learned trick, but an inheritance, a framework built into the human mind, passed along like breath itself. So when words became grammar, thought itself transformed, no longer bound to the immediate humans, could stretch imagination across time, across possibility, across meaning. The grammar of thought was not only the structure of language, it was the structure of humanity itself, the silent architecture of every story, every plan, every dream. When words became stories and grammar gave them structure, something remarkable happened around the hearth. The fire was no longer only warmth, protection, and light. It became a stage. It was here that culture itself was born, carried on the breath of language, shaped by the glow of flames, and woven into the long nights of memory. Picture a group gathered after the hunt. Flames crackle, sparks drift upward into the dark, and shadows dance along the walls. An elder begins to speak. The words carry not only news of the day, but memory of seasons past, lessons wrapped in story, and warnings dressed in metaphor. The listeners lean closer, the rhythm of speech, blending with the rhythm of fire. In these moments, language is not only communication, it is tradition, ritual, and belonging. The firelight turned stories into collective memory. No longer was knowledge held only in an individual's body or mind. It became a shared inheritance, spoken aloud, repeated, remembered, passed down. A child listening by the flames might one day repeat the same story to their own children, carrying words across generations like embers kept alive. In this way, culture became durable, fire sustained warmth, and language sustained meaning. Around the hearth, new roles emerged. Elders became keepers of memory, their voices libraries of the past. Hunters became storytellers, reenacting the chase, turning skill into spectacle. Children became apprentices of words, absorbing rhythm, tone, and myth even before they fully understood. The act of speaking and listening itself became a form of ceremony, a ritual that bound groups together. These gatherings also nurtured imagination. A story told by firelight is never just a recounting of events. It is also performance pauses for effect gestures that cast shadows, shifts in voice that spark emotion. The listeners respond not only to content, but to craft. And in that exchange, art is born. Language becomes theater, poetry, song. The first flickers of performance culture shimmer in the flames. The hearth also expanded the scope of identity. A group that shares stories is no longer just a collection of individuals surviving together. They become a people defined by the tales they tell. Stories of ancestors explain where they came from. Stories of spirits explain what they cannot see. Stories of triumph and loss shape their sense of belonging. Language makes them more than a band. It makes them a community bound by memory and imagination. Even silence around the fire carried meaning. A pause in speech allowed listeners to reflect, to feel the weight of words. A shared hush during a solemn tale reinforced unity. Just as firelight flickers between shadow and glow, storytelling flickered between sound and silence, each amplifying the other. Archaeological traces support this vision. Hearths appear in sites stretching back hundreds of thousands of years. Charred bones, soot-stained stones, rings of ash. These are the footprints of gatherings. Though the words themselves are gone, the arrangement of fire and space tells us that people came together, shared food, and likely shared stories. Each hearth is a mute witness to nights filled with voices, laughter, ritual, and myth. We still feel this inheritance. Today, we gather around campfires, dinner tables, even glowing screens telling and hearing stories in the same rhythm. The firelight may have changed, but the impulse remains. We speak to connect, to preserve, to belong. We create culture every time we share words in community. So when we imagine those ancient fires, we glimpse the heart of what language made possible. The firelight of culture was not a sudden blaze, but a steady flame nurtured night after night, word after word. It carried memory across time, gave meaning to silence, and transformed survival into story. It is in those circles of fire that humanity first became more than survival, that humanity became culture. As stories deepened around the sapphire, they began to reach beyond memory and fact. They reached into the unseen, into questions that could not be answered by observation alone. Where did the rains come from? Why did the sun return each morning? What happened to the breath of a loved one after death? Out of these questions grew myths, and with them, rituals. Together, they carried language into realms of imagination, belief, and the sacred. At first, myths may have been simple, a tale of an animal spirit watching over the hunt, a story of ancestors dwelling in the sky, a whispered explanation for the thunder that shook the valley. Each was a way of giving shape to mystery, of making the unknown familiar. To tell a myth was to weave comfort into uncertainty, to transform fear into narrative. It was a way of saying we do not know, but we can imagine. Rituals gave these myths form. A group might smear ochre on their bodies before a hunt, believing the color carried protection. They might bury their dead with beads and tools, guided by a story of journey into another world. They might gather in song, repeating chants that connected them to forces larger than themselves. Language gave ritual structure, binding gestures, sounds, and symbols into sequences remembered and repeated. In ritual culture, became tradition echoing across generations like a refrain. Picture a burial deep in prehistory. The body lies carefully arranged, red ochre dusted across the skin. Around the grave, companions stand in silence, some humming softly, some placing objects into the earth. No one speaks as we would, but the actions themselves are a kind of sentence, a story told in color and placement. The myth behind it is invisible to us now, but we can feel its presence in the care of the burial. Ritual is the shadow of myth, and myth, the breath of ritual. Language made these practices more than repetition, gave them narrative. A child could ask, "Why do we paint with red before the hunt?" And an elder could answer, "Because the spirit of the blood watches over us." Whether the explanation was fact or fiction did not matter. What mattered was meaning, the sense that life was part of a larger story. In that larger story, individuals found belonging and groups found continuity. The birth of myth also expanded imagination itself. Once the mind could envision beings unseen, it could also envision futures, unmade worlds, unvisited possibilities beyond the horizon. Myth was not only about gods and spirits, it was about the very capacity to imagine what lies beyond experience. It was rehearsal for philosophy, for art, for all the stories that would come later, and rituals repeated again and again etched these myths into memory. Each chant reinforced belief, each gesture carried meaning forward, each symbolic act bound the group up together. Through ritual language became embodied, not just spoken. It was painted on skin, carved into objects, sung into the night. The sacred lived not in the story alone, but in the act of retelling, of reenacting, of reliving together. We still carry these impulses. Modern religions, ceremonies, and traditions are the descendants of these first myths and rituals. A wedding vow, a funeral rite, a song sung. In worship, each echoes those ancient gatherings. Each binds individuals into something larger, into a story that began long before them and will continue after. So the birth of myth and ritual was not a departure from survival. It was survival transformed, made meaningful, memorable, sacred. It showed that language was not only a tool for hunting and teaching, but a vessel for all wonder and belonging. In myth and ritual, humanity discovered that words could do more than describe the world. They could reimagine it, sanctify it, and carry it into eternity. Long before words became literature, they became music. Rhythm, melody, and chant carried voices beyond speech, binding groups together in ways that pure information never could. To speak is to share meaning, but to sing is to share emotion. And in that sharing language deepened into something larger than survival. Every spoken phrase already carries music, The rise and fall of intonation, the rhythm of pauses, the emphasis on certain syllables, these are the melodies hidden within speech. Our ancestors, listening by the fire, must have noticed this. A chant repeated could stir the body, synchronizing movement. A lullaby hummed softly could calm a restless child. A rising shout in unison could rally hunters or prepare warriors. In these rhythms, language and music grew together inseparable. Well, imagine a group moving across the savannah. Their steps fall in unison, guided by the beat of a repeated phrase. It may not yet be a song as we know it, but it has rhythm cadence drive. The words themselves may be simple calls of direction or encouragement, but the pattern binds the group into one. Breath becomes synchronized voices, merge, and the many become a chorus. In ritual, this musical quality became even more profound. Early ceremonies were likely filled with chant and repetition sounds that echoed against cave walls or drifted into the night sky. The exact words may be lost, but the patterns remain visible in traditions around the world. Music reinforced belief, carried memory, and created atmosphere. It turned words into incantation, transforming communication into experience. Music also carried stories further than plain speech. A tale set to rhythm was easier to remember, its patterns etched into the mind. Repetition ensured survival of memory, preserving lessons across generations. Even today, children learn language through song, absorbing rhythm and rhyme before grammar. The melody is a memory device as old as humanity itself. But music did more than aid memory, it created unity. To sing together is to breathe together, to feel one's heartbeat align with others. Shared song dissolves boundaries between individuals, forging community through sound. In this way, the music of language became a tool of survival. Groups that sang together, trusted one another, moved in harmony, stood stronger against the vast uncertainties of the world. Science supports this deep bond. Studies show that when people sing in unison, their breathing synchronizes their heart rates, align, and their brains release chemicals that foster trust and connection. These effects are not new. They are echoes of ancient nights when music first wove groups into tribes, tribes into cultures, cultures into civilizations. Even silence within music carried meaning. The pause before a chorus, the hush at the end of a chant, the waiting breath before another verse, all heightened emotion, teaching the group to listen together. This interplay of sound and silence mirrored the rhythms of life itself, the inhalation and exhalation, the heartbeat, the flicker of fire. The music of language was not an ornament added after speech. It was there from the beginning, growing with it, shaping it, sustaining it. Every story told by firelight had its own rhythm. Every ritual had its chants. Every community had its songs, even if they were only patterns of cries, hums, and syllables rising into the air. We still live in this inheritance. Hymns, lullabies, national anthems, love songs, all continue the ancient practice of binding meaning to melody. They remind us that words alone are not enough. They need rhythm music and breath to truly move the heart. So when we think of language's explosion, we must also think of its music. Words gave us meaning, but music gave us soul. Together, they created a culture that was not only remembered, but felt not only spoken, but sung. In the music of language, humanity discovered one of its oldest truths, that to sing is to be together, and to be together is to survive. Once language took root, it did not stay in one place. It moved as people moved, flowing across landscapes, carried in breath and memory. Each migration spread not only bodies, but voices scattering words, like seeds across new ground. Wherever humans went, language followed, adapting, branching, becoming as diverse as the lands and lives it touched. Imagine a small group leaving their homeland, crossing rivers and mountains, following herds into new valleys. They carry with them more than tools and fire. They carry stories, chants, names for the animals and plants they know. As they settle in new places, some words remain, but others change. A river never seen before needs a new name. A new plant demands a new sound. Gradually, their speech begins to drift, shaped by landscape, memory, and time. This drift is inevitable. Language is alive, reshaped every time it is spoken. Children mishear, invent, simplify. Adults adopt new words for new needs. Over generation, these small shifts accumulate until one group's speech is no longer fully understood by another. In this way, one voice becomes many, one language becomes dozens, dozens become thousands. Diversity is the natural state of language, just as variation is the natural state of life. The spread of voices also meant the spread of culture. Each new branch of language carried not just words, but worldviews. Language frames how we see what we remember, how we divide the world into categories. A community living by the sea will carry words for tides, shells, and winds. A group in the mountains will preserve names for peaks, caves, and snow. Each language becomes a mirror of its environment, a record of adaptation written in sound. As voices spread, they became markers of identity. To speak a language was to belong, to be recognized as part of a group. A stranger's accent could reveal their origin, their kinship, their distance. Language became both bridge and boundary, able to connect across space, but also to divide, to signal who was us and who was them. In this dual role, it shaped not only culture, but politics, not only memory, but power. Archaeology offers glimpses of this expansion. By 60,000 years ago, humans had reached Australia, carrying symbolic traditions, tools, and likely complex speech with them. By 40,000 years ago, they filled Europe, leaving behind painted caves that sing with silent stories. By 30,000 years ago, they crossed into new continents, each migration weaving language into fresh environments. Every footprint carried a voice, every trail a vocabulary, every campfire a chorus of words. The spread of voices also meant the spread of variation in myth and ritual, stories retold in new lands adapted to new skies, new animals, new challenges. A myth born in Africa might be reshaped in Europe, carrying the same structure but different symbols. In this way, language became the carrier of continuity and change, at once preserving the skeleton of culture while clothing it in the colors of each new world. Today, thousands of languages still bear witness to this great expansion. Each is a descendant of that first flowering, a unique thread in the tapestry of human sound. They remind us that language does not move in straight lines, but in branching patterns, diverging and converging like rivers. No single voice carries the whole story. Only the chorus, spread across continents and centuries, reveals the richness of what it means to be human. So when we imagine the spread of voices, we imagine not only migration, but transformation, words flowing outward like fire carried in the night, scattering, glowing, taking root in new lands. The explosion of language was not just an event, it was a journey still unfolding, still shaping the sounds we speak today. Language once born never stood still. It did not remain a fixed set of sounds, passed down unchanged. Instead, it blossomed with creativity, reshaped by every generation, bent and twisted by imagination. Words were not only tools, they were playthings. They could be stretched, repurposed, made into metaphor, turned into song. From this playful inventiveness came much of the richness of culture. Think of the way children use words. Even today, a child might invent a nickname for an object or mishear a phrase and transform it into something new. Over time, such invention can stick, spreading through a family, a village, even an entire community. This same process must have happened in the deep past. One slip of the tongue becomes a permanent word. One playful metaphor becomes a standard description. Language grows not by strict preservation alone, but by constant mutation and creativity. This creativity gave rise to metaphor, one of humanity's most powerful inventions. To say that a person is strong as a tree or swift as the river is to bind different experiences together to let one image illuminate another. Early humans surely spoke as such comparisons, drawing on the natural world to give depth to their words. A hunt could be described as a storm, a leader as a fire, a child as a flower. Through metaphor, language became poetry, carrying more than information. It carried imagination. Slang, too, must have ancient roots. Every group develops its own shortcuts, its own playful distortions of language. A sound used only by the young, a phrase that marks insiders. From outsiders, a joke disguised in words. All of these reveal the flexibility of language. They show that words are not sacred, but living. They can be bent, reshaped, discarded, reborn. This flexibility allowed languages to adapt quickly, to remain fresh and responsive to changing times. The creativity of words also fostered identity. A community's speech became not only a way to survive, but a way to distinguish itself. Unique turns of phrase, local idioms, particular accents, all were ways of saying, this is who we are. Just as beads and colors marked belonging, so too did language. To speak in a certain way was to belong to a certain group, to carry its stories, its humor, its worldview. Even mistakes became sources of creativity. A mispronounced sound might be adopted as a new word. A misunderstanding could give rise to a fresh meaning. Over centuries, such small changes accumulated, transforming entire languages. What began as an error became innovation, proof that imperfection is not a flaw but a force of evolution. This playful spirit endures in every language today. We invent new words for new technologies, coin slang for new experiences, twist old phrases into jokes, bend grammar for effect. Poets break rules to create beauty. Musicians stretch sounds into rhythm. Communities adopt metaphors that reshape how they see the world. Every living language is both tradition and invention, both stability and play. At its heart, this creativity reveals something essential about humanity. We are not content with repetition. We seek novelty, variety, expression. Language reflects this restless spirit, carrying not only memory, but imagination. It is why our words do not fossilize, but dance. Why no two generations speak exactly the same tongue. Why language is forever unfinished. So the creativity of words was not a side note in the story of language. It was its heartbeat. It ensured that speech did not stagnate, that it could grow, adapt, and diversify. Without it, languages might have remained rigid codes, brittle and fragile. With it, they became living rivers, flowing endlessly, reshaping the landscape of human thought. Every phrase you hear today carries this inheritance. It is both ancient and new, both memory and invention. It is proof that words are not just vessels of meaning, they are seeds of creativity, sprouting into endless forms as playful and alive as the people who speak them. As language blossomed, it also began to splinter. Words that once bound small groups together slowly drifted apart as communities separated by distance, by time, and by culture. This great diversification is often imagined as a curse, a confusion of tongues, a Tower of Babel moment. But in truth, it was both a challenge and a strength, shaping humanity's path in ways that still echo today. The process was simple, though profound. No language is ever static. When groups migrate or live in isolation, their speech begins to drift. Children introduce small changes, adults adopt them, and new generations carry the altered forms forward. Over centuries, these small shifts accumulate until one community's language becomes incomprehensible to another. What was once one voice becomes many, and many become thousands. Imagine two groups splitting from a single community. At first, they still understand one another, though differences in accent or word choice emerge. One uses a new term for an animal, the other shortens an old phrase into something simpler. A generation passes, then another, and the gap widens. Eventually, they stand face to face and realize they can no longer fully understand. From this distance, new identities emerge, carried in sound. This diversity created difficulties. Trade and cooperation became harder when words could not be shared. Misunderstandings could lead to conflict. Some groups relied on gestures, others on bilingual intermediaries, still others on simplified trade languages that bridged gaps. Yet even in these challenges, language was doing what it always does, adapting. Out of diversity came new forms of creativity, new strategies for communication across boundaries. But the splintering of tongues also carried strength. A single, universal language might have made humanity more uniform, but diversity allowed for resilience. Just as ecosystems thrive on variety, so too did language. Each tongue carried unique knowledge terms for plants in one region, for animals in another, for weather patterns, for stars, for spirits. Together, the world's languages became a library far greater than any one language could hold. Archaeology shows how this diversity spread with migration. As humans moved into Asia, Europe, Australia, and eventually the Americas, language traveled with them, adapting to each new landscape. Words were shaped by rivers, mountains, and skies, by the needs of hunters, farmers, and navigators. Each community became a distinct voice in the chorus of humanity, adding layers of richness to the collective story. Myths reflect this awareness of diversity. The story of Babel, told in later times, imagines a world once united by one language, suddenly divided by divine will. The myth sees division as punishment, as loss. But the deeper truth is gentler. Division was natural, inevitable, and ultimately creative. It gave humanity many ways to see the world, many ways to tell stories, many ways to imagine meaning. Even today, the diversity of language is staggering. Thousands of tongues are spoken across the globe, each with its own rhythm, grammar, and poetry. Some are vast, spoken by millions, others are fragile, carried by only a handful of voices. Each is a unique lens, a way of seeing and describing reality that cannot be replaced once lost. The Tower of Babel was not a fall, it was a flowering, a branching into infinite variations. And yet the challenge remains. Diversity enriches, but it also separates. Nations, tribes, and individuals can be divided by words as much as united by them. The tension between unity and diversity has shaped human history, just as it shapes our present. We seek common ground, while cherishing difference, yearning for one voice, even as we celebrate many. The Tower of Babel, then, is not just a myth. It is a metaphor for the human condition, forever split into many voices, forever longing to understand one another, forever richer for the variety, forever tested by the distance. In the end, it is not a curse, but a mirror showing us both the beauty and the burden of our greatest gift. For all their strength, languages are fragile. They live only in the breath of speakers, carried from parent to child teacher to student friend to friend. When that chain is broken, a language can vanish in a single generation, and with its disappearance goes not only sound, but an entire way of seeing the world. Imagine a small community living by the sea. For centuries, they have spoken a language rich in words for tides, shells, winds, and stars. Each term carries generations of knowledge: when to fish, how to navigate, how to read the signs of the sky. But as time passes, children begin to learn another language from traders and outsiders. The old words are spoken less, the songs forgotten, the chants silent. By the time the elders pass away, no one speaks the old tongue fluently. What remains is silence, and with it, the loss of a worldview shaped by centuries of living close to the sea. This story has repeated countless times. Languages vanish quietly, without monuments or graves. They dissolve into memory, leaving behind only fragments, a few recorded words, a song scribbled down a place name that outlives its meaning. Linguists call this language death, but the term feels too sterile for what is lost. For when a language does, an entire culture's poetry, humor, philosophy, and wisdom vanish with it. The fragility of voices also reminds us how dependent language is on community. A single speaker cannot sustain a tongue alone. It thrives only when shared, when spoken, when lived. This dependence is both its weakness and its beauty. It means that language is inseparable from human bonds. It is not merely sound, it is connection. Throughout history, waves of migration, conquest, and assimilation have swept away countless languages. Empires spread dominant tongues, pushing smaller ones aside. Trade encouraged common speech, leaving local dialects neglected. Education enforced standard languages, often silencing indigenous voices. Each force carried practical benefits, but also deep costs, reducing the world's diversity of expression. And yet fragility does not always mean doom. Languages can revive when cherished, protected, and taught anew. Communities today are rediscovering their ancestral tongues, breathing life back into syllables thought lost. The effort is not only about words, it is about reclaiming identity, reweaving bonds, hearing once more the unique rhythms of a people's thought. Each revival is proof that though languages are fragile, they are also resilient when nurtured. Fragility also deepens appreciation. To know that a language can disappear is to understand how precious it is. Each one is a vessel of human creativity, containing metaphors and melodies found nowhere else. Some languages have words for emotions untranslatable into others. Some carry stories in their grammar, weaving myth into the very structure of speech. To lose such a language is to lose not just communication, but enriching self. Even now, thousands of languages are endangered, spoken by only a handful of people. Linguists and communities rush to record them, but recordings can never replace living voices. A tape can capture sound, but not laughter, not improvisation, not the living exchange between speaker and listener. A language without speakers is no longer alive. It is an artifact, a shadow of what once was. So the fragility of voices humbles us. It reminds us that language, for all its grandeur, rests on something as delicate as breath and memory. It is vast in potential, but fleeting in practice. To keep a language alive is to keep a community alive, to nurture not just words, but the people who carry them. Every time we speak, we participate in this fragile miracle. We extend the life of our tongue. We carry forward the breath of our ancestors. We keep silence at bay for another moment. Fragility makes each word precious, each conversation sacred, each story a gift passed on, though languages multiply, splitting into thousands of voices across the globe. They never fully divided humanity. Paradoxically, the diversity of tongues also revealed a deeper unity, the shared capacity to speak at all. Beneath the differences in sound and grammar lies the same impulse to connect, to remember, to imagine. This paradox of unity in diversity became one of humanity's greatest strengths. Every language carries its own patterns, its own music. Some place verbs at the center, others favor nouns. Some flow with tones, rising and falling like song. Others rely on rhythm and stress. To the outsider, they may seem alien, but to the speaker, each feels natural, effortless, inevitable. Yet despite these differences, all languages can do the same miraculous thing. They can tell a story, express a feeling, preserve a memory. The forms are many, but the function is one. Imagine a traveler moving from one community to another tens of thousands of years ago. At first, they cannot understand the words, but gestures, shared laughter, the exchange of objects, these bridge the gap. Over time, the traveler learns new sounds, new structures, new stories. Soon, what was once foreign becomes familiar. This is the pattern, repeated endlessly in human history. Diversity creating barriers, but also opportunities for exchange and growth. The unity lies deeper than vocabulary. All humans, no matter where or when, acquire language as children. They do not need formal lessons. They absorb it as naturally as breathing. This shared ability unites every generation, every culture, every tongue. It is proof that we belong to one species, shaped by the same gift. Whether a child grows up hearing whispers in the Kalahari songs in the Pacific, or nursery rhymes in the Arctic, the process is the same. The details differ, but the miracle is universal. Diversity also safeguarded resilience. If one language vanished, others carried the torch. If one community faltered, another preserved its stories. Just as ecosystems thrive through variety, humanity thrived through linguistic multiplicity. Thousands of tongues meant thousands of ways to adapt, to categorize, to invent. Knowledge was distributed like seeds scattered in the wind, some lost, many taking root. And yet, the dream of unity has never disappeared. Traders sought common speech. Empires spread dominant languages. Religions carried sacred tongues. The desire to bridge diversity is as old as diversity itself. Each time the effort reveals the same truth. Even indifference communication is possible. Translation, gesture, patience, all are reminders that what separates us is never as strong as what unites us. The myth of Babel imagines diversity as confusion, but perhaps it is better seen as harmony. A chorus of many voices, each distinct, each irreplaceable, blending into the greater music of humanity. To hear the world's languages side by side is to hear this chorus, different timbres, different rhythms, yet all drawn from the same breath. Today, when technology allows us to translate across languages, in moments we are reminded again of this paradox. Thousands of tongues, but one shared capacity. Countless words, but the same need to connect, to belong, to tell our story. Unity in diversity is not a contradiction. It is the essence of what it means to be human. So chapter 6 closes with this realization: language is both many and one. It divides and unites, scatters and gathers, splinters and binds. In its diversity lies resilience. In its unity lies recognition. Together they form the foundation of human culture, the explosion of voices that made us who we are. For tens of thousands of years, human languages bloomed in abundance, as diverse as the landscapes they arose from. Each small group carried its own sounds, its own stories, its own names for the rivers and stars. But then about 10,000 years ago, a great shift began. Humanity turned to farming, settlements grew, populations swelled, and with this change, many of the world's voices began to fall silent. Hunter-gatherer societies lived in small, scattered groups. Their mobility encouraged diversity. A family breaking away might develop a slightly different way of speaking, and over generations that difference would grow into a new dialect, a new tongue. But farming changed this rhythm. Communities grew larger, more permanent, more connected. Fields bound people to the same soil. Surplus food supported bigger populations. And in these crowded centers, languages began to consolidate. Imagine a fertile valley dotted with villages. Each once spoke in slightly different ways. But as trade expanded and gatherings grew, one dialect gained prominence, perhaps the one spoken in the largest settlement, or by the group with the richest harvests. Slowly, others began to adopt it, softening their own accents, replacing local words with shared ones. Within a few generations, what had been many voices became one. The shift was not deliberate. No decree silenced the smaller tongues, but the pressures of daily life favored unity. A shared language made trade easier, allowed laws to spread, and gave rituals a broader stage. What was lost were the subtle variations, the small dialects that carried local identity. Farming fed bodies, but it thinned the chorus of voices. This process repeated across the world. In the river valleys of Mesopotamia, Egypt, the Indus and China vast agricultural societies gave rise to dominant tongues. In Europe, as farming spread, once isolated voices began to merge. In Africa, rich farming regions became centers of linguistic consolidation. Each time, diversity narrowed. The patchwork of small languages gave way to larger, more enduring ones. But even in loss, there was gain. Shared languages allowed for broader cooperation. They carried myths across larger regions, enabled governance, and preserved records. The very idea of writing symbols scratched into clay or carved into stone was born in these farming societies. Without consolidation, it might have been impossible. The cost of diversity was the seed of permanence. Picture a village elder in a newly settled community. She tells stories once spoken in a smaller tongue, but now she adapts them into the shared dialect of the valley. Younger listeners nod, recognizing the words more easily. The old tongue lingers in fragments, an unusual word, a remembered phrase, but the weight of daily life leans toward the new. In that moment, one voice survives, while another begins to fade into silence. The shrinking of voices with farming was not the end of diversity, but the beginning of a new pattern. Languages still branched and changed, but the rhythm slowed, consolidated by growing populations and networks. Instead of thousands of small, fleeting tongues, humanity began to build fewer but stronger ones languages that could endure across centuries, even millennia. This change shaped the modern world. Without it, there could be no great epics passed down, no empires ruled, no histories written. The silencing of many voices gave rise to the permanence of fewer. The chorus became smaller, but louder, resonating further than ever before. Even now, the echoes remain. The languages we speak today are descendants of those that survived the farming revolution. They are survivors of a great winnowing, a reminder that while language is fragile, it is also enduring reshape again and again by the tides of history. So the story of farming is not only one of fields and harvests, it is also one of words, some preserved, many lost, all reshaped by the shift from wandering to settling. In every loaf of bread, in every village, in every language that survived, we hear both silence and continuity, the voices that vanished and the ones that remain. As farming villages grew into towns and towns, into cities, the stage was set for another transformation. Empires rose. With them came armies, laws, roads, and monuments. But just as importantly, they carried languages, spreading some across vast territories while silencing others. The voices of power shaped the soundscape of history. Picture an empire at its height, Persia, China, or Mesopotamia. Soldiers march, scribes write governors and force decrees. Each of these acts depends on words. To rule is to communicate to make law known to send orders across distance. And so the language of rulers becomes more than speech. It becomes authority. Those who wished to trade, to serve, to survive, often had to adopt it. This was not always done by force. Sometimes the prestige of power was enough. People admired the wealth of the capital, the strength of its armies, the splendor of its rituals. To imitate the language of rulers was to step closer to that power, to share in its glow. Over generations, families taught their children the imperial tongue, leaving local dialects behind. Slowly, voices narrowed, and the sound of empire grew louder, yet the process was uneven. Local languages rarely vanished overnight. They survived in villages, in households, in songs, sung away from the centers of power. A farmer might speak the empire's language in the market, but whisper lullabies to his children in the old tongue. This duality endured for centuries, a reminder that even under empire, diversity clung to life. Still, the weight of empire often tipped the balance. Latin spread across Europe with Roman roads and legions, later evolving into French, Spanish, Italian, and more. Ancient Egyptian endured for millennia, but under Greek and Roman rule, it gave way to Coptic and eventually to Arabic. In China, dynasties extended the reach of written characters across vast lands, unifying many dialects under a single script. Each empire left its mark in sound, as much as in stone. Empires also carried languages into new lands. Traders and soldiers brought words across deserts and seas. Loan words slipped into local tongues, mingling with native sounds. A single empire could create a linguistic mosaic dominant languages at the center, smaller ones, at the edges hybrids in between. This interplay of dominance and resistance, adoption and preservation shaped the texture of history. Imagine a merchant in Rome speaking with traders from Gaul, Greece, and Egypt. His Latin is colored with borrowed words, his accent shaped by encounters. Each transaction is not only an exchange of goods, but of sounds. Languages, even under the shadow of empire, never stood still. They adapted, absorbed, and evolved, carrying traces of every encounter. But the voices of empire were fragile too. When empires fell, their languages, sometimes fractured, sometimes endured, sometimes disappeared. Latin transformed, but Akkadian, once spoken across Mesopotamia, fell silent. Power may amplify a language, but it cannot guarantee its immortality. What survives is always a mixture of might, memory, and chance. Even today, we live in the echoes of these empires. The languages spoken across continents, English, Spanish, Arabic, Chinese, owe much of their spread to imperial histories, and within them survive countless borrowings, reminders of the voices they met and mingled with along the way. So the story of empire is also the story of language. Power can lift a tongue high, can carve it into stone, can spread it across seas, but it can never erase the fragility at the heart of speech. For in the end, a language is not sustained by armies or palaces, but by people, by parents, whispering to children by songs sung in kitchens, by stories told by firelight. Empire may choose which voices rise, but only community decides which endure. As empires rose and fell, another process unfolded quietly beneath the surface, the branching of languages into great families. Just as trees spread from a common trunk into countless boughs, so too did human speech split, evolve, and diverge. Today, we trace these families backward through history, listening for echoes of ancient voices that once carried across fields, mountains, and seas. One of the most famous is the Indo-European family, stretching from the icy coasts of Ireland to the crowded plains of India. At its root was a language spoken perhaps 6 or 7 thousand years ago, carried by herders across the steppes. As they moved, their words branched. In one direction, they became Greek and Latin, the ancestors of Europe's modern tongues. In another, they became Sanskrit, Persian, and the voices of South Asia. Though these languages now seem so different, they share hidden kinship patterns in grammar echoes, in vocabulary remnants of a common story, whispered through time. Another great family is the Bantu expansion of Africa. Thousands of years ago, small groups of farmers began moving from the region near modern-day Cameroon, carrying with them not only tools and crops, but a single family of languages. Over centuries, their words spread across half the continent, shaping the soundscape of sub-Saharan Africa. Today, hundreds of Bantu languages exist distinct, yet related, each a branch of that ancient tree. Across the oceans, the Austronesian family tells another remarkable story. From Taiwan, seafaring peoples launched into the Pacific, carrying their voices in canoes. Within a few centuries, they had spread across island Southeast Asia, reaching as far as Madagascar to the west and Hawaii to the east. Each island gave rise to a new dialect, a new branch, a new tongue. Yet across this vast ocean, traces of kinship remained, shared words for boats, for stars, for the sea itself. The ocean was not silence. It was a highway for language. These families remind us that languages are never still. They are always branching, shifting, adapting. A child mispronounces a group, adopts a new sound. A people invent a new word. Slowly, imperceptibly, the tongue drifts. What was once one becomes many, and in those divergences lie both beauty and mystery. Imagine a small community breaking away from its neighbors, settling in a valley apart. At first, their speech is the same, but after generations, their children's voices begin to carry unique tones, different rhythms. Visitors from the old community still understand, but with effort. Centuries pass and the gap widens. What began as a shared tongue becomes two, then more. This is how families of language are born, not by sudden invention, but by the patient passage of time. The study of these families also allows us to reconstruct the past by comparing related languages Scholars can work backward, piecing together words spoken thousands of years ago. From Indo-European, we can glimpse words for snow, for wheel, for horse clues, to the world its speakers inhabited. From Austronesian, we learn of boats and navigation of voyagers who trusted stars and tides. Language families are not only genealogies of sound, they are windows into ancient lives. And yet, for every family we can trace, many others have vanished. Some tongues left no descendants, their branches broken their roots, swallowed by time. We will never hear them again, never even know their names. They remind us of the fragility of voices, the silences that accompany history. Still, the branching of families is one of humanity's most remarkable achievements. From a few ancestral tongues grew thousands, each carrying its own worldview, its own poetry, its own rhythm. Together, they form the great forest of language, a living landscape of voices, both diverse and connected. So when we speak today, whether in English or Zulu Hindi or Hawaiian, we are standing on branches of these ancient trees. Our words are leaves fluttering in the present, but their roots stretch deep into the soil of the past, binding us to generations long gone and to families of voices that continue to grow. Languages may branch like trees, but words themselves often behave more like birds. They travel, they migrate, they land in new places, and sometimes they nest there permanently. Across history, words have slipped from one tongue into another, carried by trade, conquest, and curiosity. They are small travelers, but together they weave cultures into a tapestry of shared sound. Consider the Silk Road, that vast network of trade routes stretching from China to the Mediterranean. Along its dusty paths, caravans carried not only silk and spices, but words. A merchant in Persia might hear a new term for a fabric, adopt it, and carry it westward. A traveler in India might learn the word for a fruit and pass it along to Egypt. Step by step, syllable by syllable, words crossed continents. Some became so naturalized that their origins are forgotten, yet their journey still lingers in their shape. This borrowing was not only practical, words carried prestige as well. When one culture admired another's art, technology, or power, it often adopted its words. Latin words seeped into English long after the Roman legions left Britain, carried by the prestige of the church of law of learning. Arabic words entered Spanish during centuries of coexistence, leaving behind traces still visible today in mathematics, architecture, and daily life. The sounds of empire trade and scholarship left imprints on the tongues that followed. But borrowing is not only about power, it is also about play. Languages delight in adopting useful or expressive words. Think of how English today absorbs terms from around the globe: sushi from Japan, ballet from France, safari from Swahili. Each new word is like a traveler welcomed into the family, bringing with it a taste of another world. Over time, these borrowings blur borders, making languages mosaics of shared history. Imagine a bustling medieval port. Sailors shout in different tongues, Greek, Arabic, Italian, Berber. Amid the clamor, they trade goods and gestures, but also words. A spice may carry its native name across the sea. A new tool may bring its label along with its function. Back home, these words are repeated, reshaped, woven into the fabric of local speech. Within a few generations, no one remembers they were ever foreign. The movement of words also reveals the movement of ideas. When mathematics spread from India through the Islamic world into Europe, it carried words like zero and algebra. When exploration expanded across oceans, words for plants, animals, and foods spread in all directions. Tomato and chocolate from the Americas, tea from China, coffee from Ethiopia. Each new discovery became not only an object, but a sound, a syllable attached to meaning, gifted from one tongue to another. This constant exchange shows us that languages are not sealed boxes. They are open systems, porous and flexible. They absorb, adapt, and reshape. A borrowed word rarely stays the same. It bends to fit local sounds, rhythms, and needs. What begins as foreign soon feels native, transformed, yet still carrying echoes of its journey. Even today, in a world of instant communication, words continue to move. Slang leaps across oceans through music and film. Scientific terms spread through journals and classrooms. A word coined in one corner of the world can circle the globe in days, finding homes in dozens of languages. The process is faster now, but it is the same ancient pattern words, migrating, adapting, enduring. So the story of words on the move is the story of human contact itself. Each borrowed word is a footprint of connection, a reminder that cultures are never isolated, that voices mingle whenever people meet. Our languages are not pure lineages, but shared inheritances, carrying within them the traces of countless encounters. When you speak today, many of your words are travelers, born in far-off lands, shaped by distant tongues, carried across seas of time. They are reminders that language is not only ours, but a shared journey, a chorus of voices mingled across the world. For most of human history, words lived only in the breath spoken, sung whispered, then gone. They lingered in memory, carried from one generation to the next, fragile as smoke. But around 5,000 years ago, something extraordinary happened. Humans learned to capture sound in symbols, to bind language to matter, to give it permanence. Writing was born, and with it, the voices of the past could finally speak across centuries. The earliest scripts were humble, almost hesitant. In Mesopotamia, traders pressed marks into clay tablets recording debts and goods. A tally of sheep, a measure of grain. These were the first steps. In Egypt, scribes painted hieroglyphs on tomb walls, pictures that told not only of daily life, but of gods and kings. In China, symbols were carved onto oracle bones. questions to the spirits written in strokes of meaning. Each culture, in its own way, discovered that sounds could be captured, frozen into symbols that endured beyond the moment. Writing changed everything. A spoken word might be misheard, forgotten, or twisted in retelling, but a mark on clay or stone remained steady and silent, waiting to be read again. Knowledge no longer depended solely on memory. It could be stored, copied, spread. Laws could be recorded myths, preserved prayers, etched for eternity. Writing transformed language from fleeting sound into a monument of thought. Picture a scribe hunched over a clay tablet by the glow of a lamp. Each press of the stylus fixes a word in place, sound made solid. Around them, the bustle of a city grows, markets, temples, courts, all increasingly dependent on these marks. The scribe knows that when the voice falls silent, the tablet will still speak. It is a new kind of immortality, yet writing did not replace speech. Most people still lived by the spoken word, carrying memory in song and story. Writing was at first the tool of specialists, priests, merchants, rulers. Its marks seemed mysterious, even magical, as though the symbols themselves carried power. In many cultures, to write was to touch the divine, to fix in stone what was otherwise fleeting as air. As scripts developed, they became more flexible. Alphabets emerged, breaking sounds into smaller symbols that could be recombined endlessly. This innovation, born in the ancient Near East, spread rapidly, carried by traders and sailors. Alphabets democratized writing, making it easier to learn, easier to use. With them, the written word expanded beyond temples and palaces into broader society. Writing also reshaped time. For the first time, humans could hear voices of the dead, not through memory alone, but through their own words preserved. A letter from centuries past, a carved decree, a scratched poem on pottery, all carried voices across ages. Writing bent silence, giving the past a way to linger in the present. But writing was not only preservation, it was transformation. To see words on a page is to experience language differently. It can be scanned, analyzed, reorganized. Ideas can be built not only in speech, but in lines of text, creating new forms of thought. Philosophy, science, literature, all were nourished by the permanence and structure of writing. We still live in the shadow of this revolution. Every book on a shelf, every message on a screen, every note scribbled by hand continues the ancient impulse to make words endure. We speak, but we also write, binding our voices to symbols that will outlast us. So the writing of words was not simply a tool, it was a turning point in the human story, a second birth of language. From breath to symbol, from sound to sign, words became both fleeting and eternal. In every letter we write, we hear the echo of that ancient discovery that silence can be resisted, that language can endure, that voices can speak, long after the breath that carried them has faded. The latest transformation of language did not arrive with farming, nor with empire, nor with printing. It arrived with light, tiny pulses flashing through wires, signals flickering across screens, voices turned into code. In the last few decades, language has taken another leap from ink on paper to pixels glowing in the dark. This is the age of the digital tongue. For the first time, words travel faster than breath, faster than ink, faster than sound. A sentence typed in one corner of the world can appear in another before the heartbeat finishes. Distance, once a barrier, dissolves. Time, once a weight, lightens. Communication is no longer bound to face or voice, it becomes instantaneous, global, almost limitless. The change is more than speed, it is also shape. Digital language is not confined to letters and grammar. It flows into emojis, memes, GIFs, images that carry meaning at a glance. A single symbol, a smiley face, a heart, a flame can speak across cultures, transcending translation. In this way, digital communication echoes the oldest forms of human expression, the gestures and drawings of tens of thousands of years ago. What is new is not the instinct, but the medium. Picture a person late at night sending a message across the world. Their words appear on a glowing screen, carried by invisible waves, seen by someone thousands of miles away. No parchment, no ink, no courier on horseback, only light and code. It feels ordinary, but it is one of the greatest revolutions in the history of language. Voices now live not only in breath and symbol, but in data vast and endless. Digital language is also playful. Slang shifts faster than ever, born in online forums and spread through social media. A phrase coined today may circle the globe tomorrow, reshaped into countless forms. Hashtags create instant rituals, binding strangers into shared conversations. Memes become modern myths, carrying humor, irony, or wisdom in images repeated and remixed endlessly. The creativity of words, once slow and local, is now rapid and global. But the digital tongue also raises new questions. What happens when language is filtered through algorithms? When platforms decide which words spread and which fade? What happens when voices are captured, archived, and never forgotten? The ephemerality of speech has been replaced by permanence of data, a memory both vast and fragile. Servers may crash, but while they run, they preserve a chorus of voices unlike any in history. And in this digital space, silence takes new forms. A message left unread, a post with no replies, an account abandoned. These are the quiet echoes of our time, the digital equivalents of forgotten words. Silence still haunts language even in the glow of screens, yet the miracle endures. Across the globe, billions of people now share words in ways unimaginable to their ancestors. A lullaby recorded can soothe across oceans. A story written can reach millions. A single question typed into a search box can summon centuries of knowledge. The digital tongue multiplies voices, expands access, and carries language into a realm beyond geography. It is tempting to see this as the final chapter of language's journey, the ultimate form of communication. But history teaches us humility. Just as hunter-gatherers could not imagine writing, just as scribes could not imagine printing, we cannot imagine what comes next. The digital tongue may be another step, a window into futures we cannot yet see. For now, it is enough to marvel. Our words, once fragile as breath, now flicker as light carried across the world in an instant. The digital tongue is young, restless, playful, vast. It is both echo and innovation, both return and revolution, and in every message sent, every emoji shared, every screen glowing in the night, we hear the same ancient truth. Humanity will always find new ways to speak. The story of language is long, and it has never stood still. From breath to chant, from symbol to script, from ink to pixel, each age has reshaped the way humanity speaks. And yet even now, at the height of the digital tongue, one question remains: what comes next? Some imagine a future where languages converge, technology smooths over differences, translating in real time, dissolving barriers that once separated nations and tribes. A message in one tongue can appear instantly in another, bridging gaps once thought unbridgeable. If this continues, will thousands of languages slowly blend into a few? Will the chorus of voices narrow into a smaller harmony? Perhaps. And yet history whispers caution: language resists uniformity. Even within shared spaces, people invent slang, dialect, new forms of speech. Variety may bend, but it rarely disappears. Others see a future of fragmentation as digital platforms create countless small communities. Each may develop its own way of speaking, new words, new symbols, new codes. Already different corners of the internet carry their own dialects, recognizable only to those within them. In this sense, the Tower of Babel is not behind us, but ahead, multiplied by screens and networks. Diversity may not fade, but accelerate, creating a patchwork of voices more complex than ever before. Artificial intelligence adds another layer of uncertainty. Machines now generate text, translate speech, and even mimic voices. They may become companions in communication, blurring the line between human and machine language. Will future generations converse as easily with algorithms as with one another? Will a new kind of hybrid tongue emerge, part human, part digital, carrying the rhythm of both? These possibilities hover like whispers at the edge of tomorrow, yet perhaps the deepest future of language lies not in convergence or fragmentation, but in imagination. Language has always been more than words. It is gesture, music, color, symbol. The emojis and memes of today may be only the first hints of richer modes of communication, blends of sound, image, and text that mirror the fullness of human expression. Tomorrow's language may look more like song, more like art, more like dream, and beneath all these possibilities lies one unchanging truth: the impulse to connect. Whatever form language takes, it will still carry memory, still preserve identity, still whisper comfort in the night. A mother's voice soothing a child, a lover's words whispered in the dark, a story told at the end of a long day. These are constants, carried forward no matter the medium. Picture a future not so different from now. A person sits in a quiet room speaking into a device. Their words are transformed instantly into light sound, perhaps even images, and shared with someone far away. The details of the technology may shift, but the essence remains the same. One human reaching out to another across space and silence. The future of language is unknowable in detail, but certain in spirit. It will continue to evolve to branch to play. It will surprise us just as writing surprised storytellers, just as printing surprised scribes, just as the digital tongue surprised readers of ink. And in every step, it will remind us that to be human is to speak to, listen to imagine. So when we wonder about the future, we are also wondering about ourselves. What stories will we tell? What voices will we preserve? What new sounds will carry the weight of love, memory, and meaning? The answers lie ahead, waiting to be spoken. The story of language is not finished. It is still unfolding word by word, voice by voice, dream by dream. And perhaps that is its greatest beauty. It is alive, restless, infinite. As long as we breathe, language will breathe with us, shaping, reshaping, and always finding new ways to speak. We have drifted together through a vast history, one that begins not with alphabets or books, but with breath itself. From the lungs of ancient fish came the possibility of sound. From the cries of our ancestors came the seeds of communication, and from symbols scratched on stone came the first glimpses of memory made durable. Step by step, language grew. It became laughter chant and story. It became myth told by firelight, ritual sung into the night, and music that bound communities together. It spread across continents, blossomed into families, splintered into thousands of voices, each carrying its own vision of the world. Some of those voices endured shaping empires and scripts. Others fell silent, leaving only faint echoes in the landscape of history. In time, words were carved into stone, brushed onto parchment, printed on pages, and now typed on glowing screens. Each new medium reshaped what language could do, carrying it further, storing it longer, giving it new forms. And always beneath the changes, the same impulse remained, the human need to connect, to remember, to imagine. Even now, as the digital tongue flickers across the planet, the story continues. Languages may converge or fragment, voices may vanish or be reborn, but the core truth endures. To speak is to be human, to listen is to belong, to share words in any form is to carry one another through silence. So tonight, as we leave behind the echoes of this long history, let the words settle softly like embers fading after firelight. Language began as breath, and it ends for now as a gentle hush, a reminder that our voices are ancient, fragile, and endlessly alive. Stay curious, stay calm, and let the story rest with you in dreams.